We're gonna get started in just a few minutes. We are still waiting on one more person for quorum, but we'll let people cycle into the Zoom room. So just give us a few minutes. So let me mute. Hi, I will repeat myself one more time. We have not started yet. We're still waiting on one more committee member that we may get started in just a minute. So I know they're on their way. So we're not getting started yet. So just hang on. You haven't missed anything. We have not officially started the meeting. So just give us a minute.
Yeah, what can I say?
Okay, so I think we'll go ahead and did you hear back from? Okay, so we'll just we'll just get started so we can be on our way and. Okay.
I put the agenda in.
Okay, so it is 5:38 p.m. Here's my camera one. Hi, Brian. I'm going to call this meeting to order at 5:38 p.m. This is the June 25th meeting of the Manhattan Community Board 2 Outdoor Dining Working Group. What, is it not?
Yeah, no, we're frozen. One screen is frozen.
Yeah, I see that it's frozen because it's not directing to me. All right, so yeah, I don't know what's happening with the owl. It seems to be frozen.
Yeah.
Anyways, whatever. So, this is the June 25th meeting of Manhattan Community Board 2's Outdoor Dining Working Group. We will get, I see people are in the chat. Just give me a second. I gotta get us started. So, I'm Valerie De La Rosa. I am the chair of the Outdoor Dining Working Group for CB2. I'm also the chair of the board. And there's that. So, can you respond to what's happening in the chat?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
making notes and we'll do
Yeah.
that.
Because for instance, if she just hopped on, I don't see the agenda, and I just hopped on, I don't see the agenda.
Okay, so I'll paste it
anymore.
again.
Yeah.
I'll put it again.
Okay, so anyways, we're gonna get started. So we have 20 applications on the agenda. I'll quickly do introductions. So we have Arturo Fernandez, who's right here in front of me, who's on the working group. Donna Raftery, who is on the working group and is also the chair of SLA 1 and 2. And we have Brian Pape, who's on Zoom, who is also a member of the working group. We will be joined shortly by one more committee member.
10 to 15 minutes.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and get started. Hi, how are you? Are you guys applicants?
No.
Okay, great, welcome. You're here to observe, so that's awesome, welcome. Please sign in regardless.
There.
And there is an agenda here, and we're going in the order of the agenda. It's also on our website, but go ahead and take one. But please sign in just so we know. And anyways, and are you here to testify on an application or just observe? Okay, perfect, wonderful. Again, welcome. I just wanted to make sure I didn't overstate that. Okay, great. So we have 20 items on the agenda tonight. We're gonna go in the order that the agenda items are listed. I'm going to prioritize. I don't think that camera has worked yet. Oh, no, it kind of worked out. Okay, so maybe eventually it'll catch me and I'll turn that way, but I'll just turn this way for now. So, Lisa, we see your chat to the host and panelists, and Donna here is going to answer you in just 1 second. People are saying that the agenda is from 6:10.
Okay.
So,
All right.
yeah.
Yeah.
So, all right, so we'll take care of that. So there's 20 items on the agenda. It's going to be put in the chat in just a second. We are going to go in the order that the items are listed on the agenda. So we're going to start with the first one. So we're going to start with the lots of opportunities to see the agenda. It's all good. It's great.
Hang on, guys. Hang on. It's coming. It's coming.
So anyways, like I said, we're going to get started. I'm going to call on the agenda items in the order that they are listed. I'm going to offer the priority will be people in the room. If you're in the room to testify on behalf of an agenda from the public or an applicant, I will make an offer after the first probably 3 items if you'd like to jump ahead. And then I'm going to take note while we're doing that of who is here on Zoom from the applicants, and if you're the last one but you're on Zoom, I'm going to try to move you up, or if you're later on the agenda, I'm going to try to move you up because it's hot and people have a lot to do. It's the summer. People are getting their holiday started soon, so I want to get everyone in and out of here as efficiently as possible and ensuring everyone has an opportunity to be heard. So that being said, the way that it'll work is I'm going to call up the first application, which is going to be Kolkata Chai Cafe 2 LLC, DBA Kolkata Chai Co. at 60 Kenmare Street for a Sidewalk Cafe application. And I'm just going to explain how it's going to work while we do the first one so we can keep moving along. I'm going to ask right now, is there anyone here from the public or the applicant here to testify on behalf of the application? What we're going to do is we're going to have anyone from the public testify, and then I will go to the applicant if they are present to, if they'd like to make a statement about their application, and then the committee may have questions for the applicant. There will be no back and forth from members of the public with applicants. All comments should be directed to the committee, and the applicant can make a decision on whether or not they wish to address anything said in public testimony.
Can Can I ask one thing?
Yeah,
Can they, when you call on the application, if anybody is here for it, could you just raise your hand at that time as soon as you hear it? That will help
yes,
expedite.
yeah, just raise your hand as soon as you're here, and like, just give me a second, because I have to pull it. We do have a document that that the CB2 office puts together, that is who we're expecting to attend. So everyone who applied, whatever email you have on the oh, here, just use this. I'm just trying to look for the form. If you responded to the email from Florence in our office, then I'll know that you're here and it'll just expedite it. And if you, yeah, so that's that. Once that happens, we'll keep moving on to the next application. So we'll call up each application separately, and then we will, that is the public session. So once we get to the end, number 20, or we hear all 20 applications, then we will go to business session, where there will no longer be comments from the public. If you raise your hand, we're not looking for any more comments. So when you hear it called up, make your comments, and we'll go from there. Did I miss anything? Okay. So I do see a hand raised.
I'm trying.
Who is it?
Or Alan.
Okay. I don't have my,
She's declining to be promoted. I'll just.
okay, Laura Allen, what's your story? Again, like, if you're here on behalf of an applicant, put it in the chat. Or if you're, like, if you're declining to be promoted, like, we just need to know, like, who we're dealing with here. I've got to pull up the sheet that I have that has the RSVP, so just give me a second. I don't know if I got a new one from Florence. I'm not seeing one, so I'm just gonna go with the latest one that I have. Okay, so I'm not expecting anyone from this applicant to attend. Also, while we're quickly figuring out who has their hand raised and why, on this first application, I cannot stress this enough. It is optional for applicants to be here. It is optional for applicants to take any of the suggested modifications into consideration, and our opinion is advisory. So when we vote on the items, you may hear things like conditional denial or conditional approval or denied. It doesn't mean that the application stops in the process here. It continues through the DOT process. Now, if you are a Sidewalk Cafe applicant, we do propose modifications. If you happen to agree with those modifications, which is an applicant's right to do or not do, it could take 30 days off of your process if we could find a mutually agreeable solution, and you'll be on your way with 30 less days. It won't get called up to a DOT public hearing. So with that, Laura Allen, or was there somebody else that had their hand raised? Has anyone been promoted?
Young? Yeah.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, I'm one of the owners of Kolkata Chaco. I'm just the applicant.
Okay, so that's, okay, and then what, is Laura Allen testifying?
No, she's just here to support. She said Ayan will be speaking.
Okay, so she's not, is she a member of the public, or is it, Ayan, is that your name?
Yes,
Yeah, hi, is Laura like part of your?
Laura's a member of our team. Yeah, she works with us.
Okay, so just, again, we're just trying to figure that out. Again, it's really helpful when people RSVP, we know exactly who's representing, et cetera. And don't raise your hand if you're not intending to speak on behalf of the applicant and you're not going to testify, because then this kind of just took like, all of like 3 minutes right here. So, I don't see anyone here to testify besides the applicant. So, and please correct my pronunciation of your name. If you can introduce yourself, and if you'd like to make a statement about your application, you're free to, but it's going to take us just a minute to pull up your materials. So just give us that. So if you'd like to introduce yourself and your role.
Sure. My name is Ian. I'm one of the owners of Kolkata Chaco. Our store on Kenmare Street opened in 2023. It's our second store. Our first store is in the East Village, and we're looking for a sidewalk application. There's no liquor nothing involved. It's very simple. There's about 6 seats that we can kind of fit with the recommended guidance as per the DOT rules. And we just like to get this expedited as much as possible to take advantage of the summer, because it's already, end of June.
Okay, got it. Okay. Who wants to start? I see there's some notes here. Can you tell us, I'm just gonna.
It looks like there's seating in the amenity zone.
So I've got a note here. It says, and I'm just gonna bring this up to show you. Sorry, it's just taking me a second to find. Okay, perfect. Well, this is like a much clearer photo of what the furnishing was.
One thing I might,
There should be an official architect drawing with the
Oh, I'm
measurements.
aware. Oh, I'm aware. I found what I'm looking for. Oh, I'm aware. We have your application package. I more just have something from the Dining Out NYC rules. What we're speaking to is not about aesthetics or what we think is subjective here. We're purely speaking about the rules of the program, the 31 pages of the Dining Out NYC rules that I have a question about and with your application. So give me just a second to share my screen. Great. So Sidewalk Cafe, right, goes, like against the building, right? Right. Could you tell me if you have any seating here in this area, what is called the furnishing zone on your site?
No, we don't. And that's something that I went back and forth with the DOT member on it. Our neighbor, Nolita Pizza, who we love, they have their seating in the furnishing zone. That was apparently approved. I don't really know what that process was.
That's not approved.
No.
That's actually not approved.
So
yeah, so that's actually
that's
not
what she
approved.
told. That's what the DOT person told me. So at first I wanted to model the plan based on that so that they would look similar. Once the DOT representative told me that that was not approved, then we basically moved it back to the setup area as in this drawing. The only problem is that we have these staircase, like we have a staircase, we have 2 steps, not a staircase. We have 2 steps in front of our unit that make it kind of awkward to do a sidewalk cafe right adjacent to the frontage. So it's going to be a little bit awkward. But again, those are the rules. So.
Yeah, I know. I highly doubt that DOT would say that anything is approved in the furnishing zone for one applicant. So I'll just say that.
They've been operating that since the beginning of this program.
It actually doesn't matter. Yeah, it actually doesn't matter. But that's okay. You're here now and we're talking about it, and now you've got an understanding.
And that's why our plan doesn't have that. We actually have it.
I understand that. I've been told that that's currently what's happening, based on some feedback we've received. So just from someone that had gone out to the site. I'm just offering that feedback. That's all. So let me quickly go back to my folder. So many tabs.
I guess the only thing I'd add to that is
go ahead.
it's supposed to be compliant now, just so you know that, not once you get through this whole process, but everybody's supposed to be operating compliant.
Yeah, we're not operating in the outside.
Okay.
Right.
Here's my tab one. Okay, so great. So here we go.
First one, okay.
Okay, a few steps up to the storefront. Okay, great. So there is a primary building entrance at 58 Kenmare. Your address is 60 Kenmare. So it looks like from your architectural drawing that you should be able to maintain the 5 feet required from the building entrance. If you could make a note of that 5 feet on the site plan, that would be helpful. I think from the person we had that looked and visited the site, that it looked like it'd be able to maintain the 5 feet. So again, that's not like us with a subjective ask, it's just, that's what's in the rules regarding primary building entrances. So the building entrance is marked, but I don't see the 5 feet designated on there. Can you speak to that?
I'm not sure, but I think there should be 5 feet between.
Yeah, so we're just asking for that to be labeled on there.
Yeah, I can ask the designer to label.
Yeah, and then
Do they even need that boundary on the left side of the drawing?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, there's no, on the boundary on the opposite side of the tables, like, do they even need that there? That might also help with the 5 foot clearance. Like the perimeter stanchion that they're putting there?
No.
Right, so then they
But
could,
they need to have something.
No, they don't have chairs there. So as long as they have it ewing out the part, because it's, I mean,
I guess I don't understand what you're saying.
the barrier that's on the far left.
I would just say, we're really not here to redesign it or question why or space or whatnot. I would just say, our feedback to you on that is mark the 5 feet and whatever adjustments you need to make them. So you show the 5 feet, that's it. And that will get you to, approval with modifications on our end.
The other
Right?
thing they need to
So, because
do,
this questioning is just a bit much.
the other thing they need to do is check off C2 for a regional corridor, not neighborhood, on section 1.
Ah, okay, let's talk about that. Are
You
you,
have the 10 feet on this diagram, so it should still work, but the wrong box is checked because it is.
so how did we come to that? Did somebody just look it up on the
Yeah, I just looked it up
pedestrian?
on Pedestrian.
Okay, maybe you want to show that on the screen,
Oh, don't do that, 'cause I'm not sure how to
or you want me to do it?
do it.
Okay, what's the address? 60?
And there.
Okay. Okay, so let me share my screen. So Ayan, are you understanding kind of what we're saying here about the corridor category? So this-
Yeah, I think I checked the wrong box, but we made sure that there's
Yeah, you
10
have
feet.
10 feet. Yeah, you have it. So can we just check the box so that we're all on the up and up on the accuracy? Cool.
Yeah, I'll make that adjustment.
Okay, great. So great, we have that. And then what else am I missing, y'all?
Just a cafe link, check boxes.
Oh, the tree bed? Is there a tree bed there's a tree bed on the site plan? Is that, or it's missing from the site plan, or the checkbox is not checked? I just have it really,
No,
so I can't
The
see.
tree bed
There's
is
not
on
one in
there.
front of the.
The tree bed is on there. There's an indication of a clear path. So I think it's just that
checking the box.
the box isn't checked. S06, is that checked?
Yeah, so you see on S06 on the site plan form, there's a checkbox that just needs to be checked. Does that make sense? Do you have the form in front of you? It's sometimes hard. Also, I'll say that to anybody that's an applicant coming in, it is helpful to have your application in front of you. We're not here to present your application, nor do we need you to have it on screen, but to have it in front of you so you know exactly what we're speaking about. I'm just going to show you here out of a courtesy. You don't have S06 street bed checked here, and if you could just put that 11 and a half feet here.
Okay.
Make sense? Yeah. So again, it's helpful if other applicants have this here. Okay, anything else? Okay, yes? Okay. What's wrong with the doorways? Okay. And we do have Carter Booth, who is since joined us, who's also a member of the working group, and a past CB2 chair. Okay, do you have any other questions for us? Brian, did you
No,
have?
I'm good. We'll make those adjustments and resubmit.
Okay, and we'll send you the information. And the deadline to have it in to us by, because then we don't know if it's been made or not, and then we can check off the approved modifications, and you won't have to go to the DOT sidewalk, public hearing, et cetera. Okay, great. I'm gonna close the public hearing on agenda item 1. Thank you so much. Next, I'm gonna
Okay,
go.
thank you.
Next, we're gonna go to Cobra Caterers, Inc., DBA Hudson Hound at 575 Hudson Street for a sidewalk cafe. Do we have anyone here from the applicant to speak on their behalf? And do we have any member of the public ready to testify? When I say member of the public, I'm not looking for the applicant, but if you are the applicant, can you put in the chat, hey, I'm here to represent the applicant, because it's, again, I have a sheet somewhere and it's just not pulled up, and I'm not expecting anyone to testify on this, so we didn't have an RSVP. So I'm looking for public testimony. So let's go with Nonna Cote. And then Jason, are you the applicant?
I'm the owner, yeah.
The owner. Okay, great.
We also have Augusta and Hope.
Okay, great. So Jason, we'll give you a chance to introduce yourself in just a minute. We're going to go to public testimony, and then we will have you introduce yourself, and you are welcome to address any of the public testimony in piecemeal or in a overall message, but please direct it to the committee. So Norma Cote, and then Augusta Hope.
Can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
I have submitted brief written testimony. I won't repeat it here. I would like to add one thing that may have some relevance when it comes to the capacity of this particular setup. I believe that the Hudson Hound operates out of the next door building as well, 577, on the other side of the primary entrance to that building, which is not shown on the site plan. The operation of 577 has French windows that open onto the street. And I believe there is a sign on the building near those windows asking the patrons to be quiet and respect the neighbors. So apparently noise from this operation has been a factor in the past. And I think that even though they're not asking for a sidewalk cafe here, I think we have sufficient evidence of the impact on the neighbors that that the committee should not allow any attempt to shoehorn extra tables onto this site plan. And that's all I have to say in addition to what I've put in writing already.
Okay, thanks. So we'll pull up those comments. Thank you, Norma. Augustine? Anybody have any questions? And if any committee members have questions after someone testifies, please hop in there.
Hi, Dustin Pope. Darling, one of my favorite places, frequent customer. I really wish they'd bring back the bangers and mash, but there's only so much one can achieve in this life. The sidewalk cafe is fine, except for one thing. It's less than 10 feet from the bike rack. I think you've marked that on your plan. I think that needs to be addressed. They're probably going to have to lose one table there to allow for that. It's very important on Hudson Street. We get an awful lot of traffic, that we have a clear 10-foot clear path. Thank you.
Thanks, Augustine. Do we have anyone else from the public here to testify on behalf of this application? Okay.
I see no.
Okay. I know the room. So Jason, hi, thanks for being here this evening. Please introduce yourself. You can make a statement about your application. You can address what you've heard. Yeah, we'll have some questions for you.
Thank you for your time. Jason O'Brien, been at this location for 26 good years. Thank God we're still there. We made it through. We've had the cafe for those 26 good years, and we've never had any issues with the community board. Anytime I've ever been approached by anybody on the community board, I've always worked 100% with them, and we've never had any complaints from being approached from anybody. I can guarantee the lady, Norma, that we've never put tables on the other side, never have, never will. Best of my recollection in those years, I've never put tables on that side. There's also a hatch there for delivery, so you couldn't do it anyway. And it's very graded, so I can just guarantee that that'll never happen. The cafe, as for Carter, when I got a new fence this year and I was putting it in, and a lady came up the street as I was installing it and explained to me that she had her own measuring tape and explained the newer rules to me, which I wasn't completely privy to, unfortunately. I thought it was 8 feet. The bike rack was put in, I would say it's just one of those oval circular things. I've never to this day seen a bike locked to it. I never thought much of it, unfortunately, when it was being put in. I never saw it being put in. But it has been there for less than 2 years, I believe. And from what I did with the lady was there that day, we measured it. I brought her in, showed her the restaurant. She only lives a block away, but she'd never been into the restaurant, so I showed her around. We measured it together, and she said, we realized, okay, she said, well, you've got 8 foot of clearance, but not from the bike rack. So what I did was I got the guys, thank God they were still there, put it back in their truck. They brought it back. They took another 1.5 foot off the cafe, for which reason I've lost 3 tables. I used to have a double layer of tables. Now I have only 1 layer of tables. So I've already done that. If I make my cafe any smaller, I just won't have one because I can't actually fit tables. So I did cut 1.5 foot off at an extra cost of about $3,000. The new fence cost me about $15,000. I thought it was beautiful and good for the neighborhood. So right now, the current way it is, I cannot remove a table because I only have 1 row of tables. The bike stand, and it's in the drawing, is 8.5 feet from the cafe wall, and the inside of the curbstone is 10.5 feet. I have talked to the city about possibly moving the bike stand, and they said that's very possible. You just have to go through the community board, but they didn't see an issue with moving it because the building next door has no sidewalk cafes, and it wouldn't inhibit anything on the building next door. So I guess it's really down to me either having a cafe here or not after 25 years of always having one. And I've genuinely never had an issue with anybody in the community board. I've always worked with the neighbors. Yep, we do have a sign on the wall because we do our best to keep our customers, the noise level down. And we also ask people to move on if they're outside, mingling and stuff like that. We really try our best. So that's me.
Okay. I mean, we're not asking you to make that change just yet. We haven't gotten to that part. I know that came up in the public testimony. So again, thank you for addressing. Yeah, if you guys see us like moving our hands around like weirdos, it's because there's like a gnat in the air here, so, and the heat. So I promise it's not. Okay, so who wants to start? Don't everyone jump at once.
If I could, this is Brian Pape.
Yes.
I would, if it's that easy to move the bike rack, that stretch, you could have them move it down a bit, and then you wouldn't be inhibiting your cafe. I don't know the process. I don't know how hard it is actually, but that certainly seems like the easiest solution.
But that's not going to happen in the next month. So
yeah,
it's
unfortunate.
Okay, what other questions? Show me the right one. Yes. There's something about the drawing not being to scale, that the left side of the cafe is 8 feet, 4 inches wide, and the right side is 6 feet, 4 inches wide. Do you see that note?
Yeah, I see the note. It makes, I mean, it isn't to scale, but the measurements are there, so.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like it was revised to maintain the 10 feet from the bike rack, because the bike rack is, just pulled the plan.
And is it 5 feet from the building entrance, the residential building entrance?
What side is that on?
That's on the right side.
So I'm looking at this like I'm in the restaurant looking outward at the sidewalk, is that right?
I can't see what you're looking at, sorry.
Yes.
The plan, like if I'm looking at the plan, I'm looking at it like I'm inside the restaurant looking out, is that right?
Hudson Street is up at the top.
Okay, sorry, I get really turned around. So where's the residential? Oh, there it is.
Right to the right.
Yeah, okay, so, yeah, we need to have, it shows that there's 5 feet from the perimeter to the residential entrance. That's like in the rules.
So there's actually 2 residential entrances right either side of both walls. Again, I've had it there for 25 years.
Yeah.
If I have to go 5 foot on each side, I won't have a cafe anymore.
I mean, unfortunately, Jason, we didn't make up the new rules, the city
Yeah.
passed them. And your old sidewalk cafe, those rules are gone.
Yeah, I'm just stating my point, that's all. What can I do?
I know.
I've been there 25 years. We've never had an issue is all I can say. I know you don't make the rules and I completely appreciate that.
But we had actually requested over and over that the rules not be made one size fits all.
Yeah.
And they didn't listen to anybody. And the
Yeah.
consequence is that where there were previously sidewalk cafes, they're dramatically impacted in where.
Like, I never, honestly, this is just whatever, but I never even built one of those things on the street.
No.
I never did that either. I didn't do any of those things. And all I have now is 5 tables outside. I used to have 8. And even currently I only have 5, but I don't know if the city is going to allow an
I
appeal.
see 8, but I see 8 on your plan here. So let me just, again, like,
I'm
I'm
sorry.
not, yeah,
Sorry, I
let-
can back that up. With the lady that came that day, I actually cut down the cafe, but that was already applied for. So that's actually not like that anymore. It's the measurements are the same, except for it now comes in a little bit more. And
you're saying that these 2 tables are gone, that this site plan is not up to date? And this is not on
No.
you, I'm just trying to understand we have in front of us.
yeah, so right now we only have 5 tables, which is 3 on one side of the door and 2 on the other side of the door, because the cafe has been shortened because of this distance.
So are you saying that this doesn't exist
Correct, yes.
and this doesn't exist?
Correct, yeah, that table as well, yeah, on the outside.
Okay, so we'll need an updated,
Yeah, I actually, to be honest with you, I didn't even think about that when I cut back the fence, because I'd already submitted this. It just slipped my mind completely, so I'm glad I'm seeing this.
and then what about this table?
Yeah, there's 2 tables there, exactly where you are, and then 3 to the left.
Okay, so there's 1 here. So I guess I'm gonna ask, then why don't you have some here? I'm not advocating for that, but I'm just asking like why?
There's just no space, so the measurements here are correct. I'll redo it and I'll resubmit it with a question, but there's just no space. Once I cut it back for that lady, there's no space.
Okay,
I
so,
literally have- yeah, I just literally.
yeah, no, I'm just trying to understand the logic, that's all. Again, I'm not advocating for it, I'm just asking. So then what you're saying is this is your cafe?
Correct, yes.
You know, like I can rip this up. Again, this is clearly not Photoshop, so I'm not,
I'm impressed. I couldn't do that.
I don't know. I mean, don't give me too much credit here. So that's what you're saying is what is at stake here is this?
5 tables, yes.
Okay. All right, yeah.
And
Okay.
there is a residential door on both sides, left and right, which is not indicated there. I
Yeah.
apologize, but I'm not trying to hide
It's-
anything.
It is like many operators and operators that have been around long in our neighborhood that, again, they made these rules that are just nonsensical for a place like the West Village.
Yeah,
with
100-year-old
no
buildings, what can we do?
Yeah, so, okay, so I have this share thing in front of me. So there are other notes on the doc that we need to go through with Jason while we have him here.
Can I ask just a quick question? Is there any process with the DOT on appealing and being grandfathered because of, longevity and things like that as of yet or not? Does anybody know?
There is
There is no such thing because it's a totally new program.
Yeah, I
There's
know.
no,
It's not, and like we have, and the reason why we, so when we look at these and we know that you've had a sidewalk cafe before, because we go and pull those drawings from our files. So we're well aware of your, history, and whatnot. So, because we do look at that,
So a lot of these changes are based around what more modern city planning, which is a pedestrian mobility plan, which ensures that people can move around in the city. And so that's why you have the widths that are actually calculated based on the number of businesses on an avenue, people coming in and out of buildings. And so the whole plan was updated to reflect that that new planning concepts, or not new planning concepts, but it's an opportunity to incorporate them into the new city requirements for outdoor dining. So if you go and look at the pedestrian mobility plan, if you Google that, you'll come up in the city as a whole program explaining why they have all those clearances. And they actually shortened the clearance requirements in a number of areas in the sidewalk program, so they don't even fully match what the city, I guess, has been open to do.
okay.
It's going to be a massive loss to my little business. I can promise you that if I don't get to keep it. So that's going to be very painful, obviously. But that's.
And you should speak to a city council member. Those are the people who wrote the rules. You contact Eric Rocher's office and explain, why you think that there should be changes.
Yeah, appreciate the advice. Thank you.
Yeah, and we testified at there was a Dining Out NYC oversight hearing at City Council where they heard preliminary feedback. So I'm sure that that's just the start of looking at the rules. So it's good to advocate. Okay. All right. So I think that's all the questions we have, Jason. If there's nothing else, we're going to close the public hearing on this one. All right.
Thank you for your time.
Okay,
Appreciate it.
thanks so much. Okay, bye. Okay, so next we have West 4th and Barrow LLC, DBA The Spaniard at 190 West 4th Street for a sidewalk cafe. And if you're here on behalf of the, to speak on behalf of the applicant, I don't think we were expecting, I don't have an RSVP for this one. So let's go ahead and take public testimony, and then we'll see if anyone did decide to show up from the applicant side, which is completely optional. So Nancy?
Okay, thank you, Valerie. My name for the recording is Nancy Paisley. I live on Barrow Street, just a short distance from this location. And I'm just looking at their plan here. On the Barrow Street side, we have a 10-foot sidewalk. When you take away the 8 feet for the pedestrian zone, there's only 2 feet, which is not going to accommodate any tables plus the required serving zone. So I don't think they can have any tables there. Furthermore, immediately to the what the plan does not show is that on the Barrow Street side, just above where they cut off, is the primary entrance to the residential units above. So that's another reason why they at least couldn't have that last table. And finally, there's no room for a serving corridor along the facade there that wouldn't impinge on the pedestrian zone. On the West 4th Street side, they don't show where the restaurant premises end, but I do believe they did take over the next door space. So I think that it goes all the way. Excuse me. However, oh dear, excuse me. We have here a 13.5 foot sidewalk. You take away the 8 feet for the pedestrian zone, and you do have 5 feet, which we have indicated in the past is sufficient to squeeze in tables against the building and a serving zone within the perimeter. But and I understand that this is a license for the space, not necessarily for the tables, but they would have to take out half of those tables that are impinging on the service lane. I believe that those double doors they are showing there do go into the restaurant itself, so they could serve from there. But again, on the far side, on the left-hand side,
On West 4th,
on West 4th, yes.
the double doors. I've never seen those doors open. Have you guys seen those doors open?
That's why I'm confused.
Okay. I was like, I've, unless that's something new to me, but I know that's a question we have, but.
I suppose they could serve from the main doors, which are at the corner. They're generally clogged with a lot of noisy people waiting in line, but they could do that. But on the very far side, and it's very hard to see at the moment because the sidewalk is all torn up, but there is an entrance door on the left-hand side there that they are too close to. So, and I guess my final comment is I'm just kind of amazed that this is a professional drawing done by an architect with a stamp and all, and this person has only, this professional firm has only read part of the rules. So somebody has spent a lot of money for something that really isn't going to be terribly useful. Thank you.
Thanks. Do we have anyone else?
Nancy, Leslie Corp.
Leslie?
Yeah, thank you. I believe you all received an email from Kathy Arnston at the Central Village Block Association. She and David Gruber from Carmine Street and I from West Village Residents have met with Mark Gibson here. There have been considerable problems with noise. We have been working with them to try to reduce the noise that's caused by their patrons being out on Barrow Street, especially since Barrow Street, even more than West 4th Street, is across the street from a large co-op building with many tenants. It's also a narrow street. It also has tall walls. Therefore, it's a bit of a sound. It creates an echo of sound. Catherine wrote to you on the behalf of Carmine Street and also Central Village that they would support the above mentioned application, providing that, and this is the reason I'm here, providing that the Spaniard complies with the rules pertaining to the pedestrian clear path and ADA compliance. And we just wanted to make sure that you saw that part of this email. What Nancy has said about the site plan is exactly right. There is no way that this site plan that they are showing can possibly have a pedestrian clear path and a barrier within which the wait staff serves on the Barrow Street side. Is the same thing is a problem on West 4th Street. They would have to reduce the number of tables. Even though West 4th Street sidewalk is slightly larger, there still is not room for the number of tables that they have here. And again, the need to serve from within a barrier with a 3-foot service aisle. So we would ask so that what we believe is following the rules of the pedestrian clear path is to reduce the number of tables on the West 4th Street side and to eliminate them on the Barrow Street side, where we cannot figure out how in the world you could actually make those tables work. About the question of the door on West 4th Street, there is a door on West 4th Street. There is a door at the principal door is at the corner of West 4th, and there is a door on the West 4th Street side. Whether they are in the habit of serving from that door, I do not know. But it would seem to me that if they have the plan they have on the West 4th Street side would require that they use that door on West 4th Street, which they do have. Because they did take over the neighboring space.
I've never seen that door used or open. Does it actually open or is it a false door? Like, does it false? It doesn't open anymore.
It does.
Well,
open, but-
it opens because it used to go into the separate space next door, which was separately operated. But I don't know if they've put tables or whatever in
Right,
front
but
of it inside.
I've eaten inside there and it doesn't look like it's possible to use the door from the inside. I'm just saying.
It certainly looks like that's what they're planning on doing. I do know that they use that separate space, which is in fact one that was annexed to their space. I think it was a record store or something.
Yeah, I forget what it was.
Oh, okay.
And they use it, by the way, for events, but they also use it for overflow, and there's a big overflow in that place. That place.
Okay, so maybe I'm wrong. Okay. Okay, so, all right. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Leslie. Is that it?
I'm done. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thanks. Any questions? Excuse me, any questions from the committee, Brian, Arturo, Donna, or Leslie or Nancy? Okay, and we don't have the applicant here. I didn't have an RSVP from them, so we're not expecting them. Again, it's not required, just pointing out so I don't miss that there's someone here to speak on behalf of the application. Okay, so any other comments? I'm going to close the public hearing on this one then. On agenda item 3. Thank you, Leslie and Nancy, very much. And thank you to Kathy Arnson for sending in that testimony. I did skim it over earlier. So next we're going to go to number 4, agenda item 4, Prince Sullivan LLC, DBA The Dutch at 131 Sullivan Street for a sidewalk cafe. And then I think next after that, we'll call on agenda item 11. So we're going to call on number 4, and then we're going to do agenda item 11 after that, just so everyone knows. So number 4, The Dutch, do we have people here to testify?
Darlene Lutz.
Okay, Darlene.
Hi, good evening. Thank you.
Hi.
Darlene Lutz, Soho West, NYC. I have some questions about the presentation that was submitted. The photographs are actually show the setup on the Sullivan Street side. The drawing shows the cafe, the sidewalk on the Prince Street side. This is on an elevated platform. The ADA ramp comes into the right side or the left side. And then they have they have 6 two-tops. My question is, is there enough room? Where is the service aisle? How are they serving these tables on the outside two-tops that are on the sidewalk side? And is the platform, I lost, like, can they have stuff on the platform? Can they not have stuff on the platform? And also, is it 5 feet from the resident door on the right side to the adjacent building?
Okay, so the questions are, can have on the platform. I just want to get them down. Okay.
And
you're
5
talking
feet
about
from the
on
residential
Prince,
doorway.
and then the residential doorway on the left side,
Right side.
on the right side.
We're looking at it, if you're standing on Prince Street and looking at it to the east side.
Okay, and
181
then,
Prince.
and then those are the 2 questions, Darlene?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And I think we have an applicant representative here. I have Gina Escalante. And is there anyone else here to testify before we go to the applicant's representative?
I should raise Gina.
Yeah. Gina, we're gonna promote you, but if you'd rather, you don't have to be on camera if you don't want to. You can also just request, permission to speak, or we can raise you to a panelist. Okay, great. Authenticate. This one is.
Can you listen to me?
Hi.
Hi, Gina. I'm saying very, very sorry for your loss.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it was very sad.
Sad to hear about that.
Yes. Thank you for. All right.
So does anyone else has any comments in regards to these, or can I answer the questions?
I think we're ready to answer the questions. Yeah, if we could go to that.
Okay, so the dimension we have from the neighbor door to where the platform starts, it's actually 3'8". So we might have to modify that for the 5 feet for the neighbor door. And in regards to the platform, this platform was built even before the restaurant asked for the permits on DOB. It's not newly installed, but rather it's a permanent existing condition, and it was approved by DOB. In regards to ADA requirements, when we applied for the roadway, we didn't used to have the ADA sitting on the roadway, but now we modify the plans so we can comply with the 5% total seating of the accessible that ADA requests. So they can have the wheelchair accessible sitting on the roadway because they have more space. And this way we will avoid having to add another ramp and take a space from the sidewalk for the platform.
Any other?
Actually, I can send you the drawings that we modify for the roadway so you can see where the wheelchairs are.
Sure, yeah, you can send that in. We can send it to the info email. You have that, right? And
yes.
We'll get it by our business session because unless, I don't know, there might be somebody still here that'll answer it and forward it to us. So if you just want to send that now, we'll get it by, I'm sorry? But I heard something. Hopefully we'll get it forwarded to us by business session. That would be helpful. Any questions or comments?
I mean, the rules say that the seating is not supposed to be on a platform. So that's the one comment. And I think from the information that Stella had gotten was each area of outdoor seating is different. And so you need to have ADA accessibility in the roadway and you need to have ADA accessibility on the sidewalk.
Well, as per Peony, we talked to him about this, and he told us that outdoor seating contemplates both sidewalk and roadway, and the 5% of the ADA seating applies for all the outdoor seating, so you can have it either on the roadway or on the sidewalk.
And did he get any information from ADA? Is there anything, there's nothing written about this in their rules. It just tells you to go for ADA follow ADA guidelines, and the guidelines we got in speaking to ADA was that they are separate, which makes sense to me because some people may not want to be sitting in the middle of a roadway and risk having a car run into them.
Well, I can double ask, but that's what DOT told us.
So I think we're looking to get something that's from ADA that is saying how these rules comply.
It's great that they respond to you, but they won't respond to us with anything in writing with respect to that, which makes us believe that they have no guidance from the government, federal government.
Okay.
Okay.
If you can get, I mean, if you can get them to get the guidance,
is there like some feedback coming from somewhere? Okay. Yeah, someone has sound on.
No, that was me testing my
Okay.
sound, but it wasn't.
Okay. There's some feedback.
That quick.
Okay. Sorry. Okay, any other questions?
Well, I'm just sort of I'm just confused with the platform, but
Yeah, yeah, I mean, the way that we've been applying the rule is that, like we did this on Rosioli, for example, or there's another one.
We did it at Fellini.
Yeah, at Fellini, where our position is, the position,
or Finale.
I already said that. There's another one.
I'm looking at the 1940 tax photos for this location. There's no platform there. So,
I mean, if you go to the pictures on Google Maps from 2009, the platform was already there, and it was another restaurant. It wasn't the Dutch. So when the Dutch apply for the permits, they must have shown the platform on the permit drawings.
Okay.
right, but what I'm saying is that you can't have a sidewalk cafe on a raised platform.
If it's not new, according to our understanding on the firm, if it's not new, if it was built and DOB approved it, the restaurant could have it.
Well, do you have the permits that show it's approved? And it's approved for
I
seating?
can ask the owners to send us what was approved.
And also an easement from the city that shows that that they were allowed to build it. They already would have, so there you'd have two agreements, because there'd be an agreement for this, right? The existing platform already. So you'd already have an easement with the city for that to allow that use.
I can ask the owner to send us the approved drawings, and see if the platform is approved in there.
Because it didn't exist in 1940, and that's when DOB records start, right? Roughly around there, zoning law went into effect. So.
Okay. All right, if you have something to send us, Gina, we'd love to take a look at it. Right?
Okay.
Okay. Other than that, I don't think we're gonna get much further, right?
No, I guess there was the other question though that Darlene asked.
Oh, yes.
If they were to have seating on the platform, how are the patrons being served?
Oh, by the side of the door. I know right now there's a railing, but actually they were trying to figure out if the railing was going to be removed on that side, or if they were going to open one of the doors that they have on the windows so they can serve from there.
They removed it. We had them at the SLA, well, they removed it from the SLA application. They didn't say they removed it entirely. So they removed this from, when they came to us.
When you say remove this, what does that mean?
They removed it from the application.
But removed what? The sidewalk cafe?
So they came to the SLA committee for their liquor license to be able to, the alteration to serve alcohol outside. And they had this sidewalk on the plan and the roadway on the plan. And we raised these issues at that meeting about the platform being non-compliant. And so they removed that part of the application from the municipal expansion for the liquor license, the alteration for the liquor license. And just with the roadbed in terms of.
Okay, well, we don't do SLA, so probably someone else represent the restaurant.
Exactly, they did, yes.
So I'm gonna talk to them, see what happened, because I'm not aware of this.
Okay. Right. Okay, great. All right, any other questions for Gina? Gina, any other questions for us?
No.
All right. Yes?
Yeah, I guess I want to, no, I'm just thinking this through. And then if you were to have seating there and they're trying to say the platform is okay, what happens to the clear path that's supposed to be there? Because it's not met.
Which path? For the waiter?
Clear path on the sidewalk for the pedestrian usage of people that aren't using the restaurant. It's not a large enough clear path. So,
Okay, so when we apply for this, we raised this concern, but since the platform was there before the regulations came up, and the platform corresponds to the restaurant, that's why they didn't make that an objection, because that's existing. So even though if the sidewalk doesn't exist, the pedestrians cannot pass over the platform. That's the thing.
But that
That's against
platform
the
was
law.
not created for dining. What was its use?
I wouldn't be able to tell you that because I don't know.
Because I mean, it's correct to say that it wasn't a sidewalk cafe and it wasn't used for dining purposes.
Yeah, no, it was built before the restaurant was there, so maybe, I don't know. To be honest, I don't know.
It's okay, you don't have to speculate. It's
Well,
okay.
no, it's important because you're saying that it was previously used for outdoor dining. That's the only reason it would be allowed to be continued to be used, because the easement for it is not for that use.
Not for dining.
So you need to get a new easement with the city because they presumably it's their property. It's not just a sidewalk cafe or you can put it there. There's an agreement
Well-
with the city which limits its use to whatever it is on public property. And that easement dictates how it can be used. I mean, you
When
don't,
the restaurant applied before DOT with SLA, they had the outdoor dining in that platform. So I don't have an answer of what is the platform for, but I mean, we can check on the,
it wasn't built for
in
dining.
2009, it was plants. And the other thing is, I don't think you can just remove that railing because it's part of, I would think it seems to be part of the ADA ramp, so that somebody, you know.
yeah, probably the most viable option is gonna be that they will have to open one of the doors they have on next to the platform so they can serve from there. Because they cannot use the sidewalk.
Seems pretty non-compliant.
Okay, so. Yeah, open this photo. Okay, right, so I think we're gonna close the public hearing on this one? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
Time wise,
Yes.
we're at 4 applications in a little bit over an hour.
Yeah, okay, great.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah,
Bye.
bye. So that's, I think, the only one that she had. Okay, so now we're gonna go to agenda item, I'm closing the public hearing on number 4, so let's go to number 11. We're gonna skip on the agenda and we're gonna go to Kenneth here. Kenneth, you wanna come sit at the table? Great. Is there anyone here? So I'm gonna call up agenda item number 11, which is 357 West Broadway LLC, DBA Hero / Probox at 357 West Broadway for a sidewalk cafe. Is there anyone here to testify about this application? Please raise your hand. I don't see anyone. Number 11. So Kenneth, please introduce yourself and your role.
Sure. My name is Kenneth Crum. I am one of the owners, the managing partner of the building. We have a restaurant on the first floor called Heroes. And on floors 2 and 3, we have a cocktail lounge called Probox. Walking down West Broadway, I live in the neighborhood as well. Walking down West Broadway, I realized how important it is to have outdoor dining when it gets nice out. It really draws customers in, and as we're a fairly new business compared to a lot of the other restaurants, I think it would really, really help us, especially in the summer when a lot of people have gone away for the summer.
Yes, okay, so this is, I'm just trying to find, oh, here it is, okay. So, let me just pull up the application.
Notes were just about the doors.
Okay, so. Give me a second. Okay, Okay, so I know that it says on our agenda Heroes/Pearl Box. And that's the assumed name that was on the info sheet. But then when I look at the sidewalk plan, it just says Heroes with an FSEP with an FSEP number of 501-58434. So is it the same?
It's the same building.
Right, but is it the same food establishment number or no?
Yeah, everything.
Okay, everything's in the
is
one.
under
Okay,
So
okay.
it's all under one establishment.
Right, it's Donna, right?
Yeah,
Okay. Sometimes sometimes that becomes a little, okay, so I'm just trying to understand that. And then, let's see. Okay. Okay, so I was trying to look for the regional corridor, so 10.
Yeah, it's under one.
What's that?
It's under one.
One, okay, so an 8-foot width cafe with a 19-foot sidewalk, so you got 11 feet clear path, so 1 foot over. Woohoo, that's always great. You see we have the manhole on there, tree bed, 9 feet, which you only need 8 feet because it's diagonal, so that's even great. Restaurant entrance here. What are the neighboring establishments on the left and right?
So on the left is a Pilates studio which opened a few months after we did, and on the right is Bowery Bungalow. And then there is a small entrance to a mostly office building. I believe there are residents.
Okay, but that's more than 5.
Yeah.
You've already heard all the.
So restaurant and
Okay. Yeah, so I see that. Any other questions? Are there any questions?
Yeah, I'll just say stipulations that you have for the liquor license that were signed, say that there is no outside seating on the rooftop or sidewalk cafe or roadbed under the open restaurants program. So if you want to change that, you will have to also, in addition to filing for the alteration, you'd have to file for a change of method of operation to have that outdoor seating.
So we don't use the small patio rooftop.
Right.
We don't use that, of course.
Okay.
But I would still need to reapply.
Because this is attached to the stipulations are with your license, so you're changing the method of operation to add the seating
That's just what
outside.
people do.
Sure.
It's not a punitive thing. It's just,
No,
just to clear up the record.
Okay.
Right? Yeah, so that way you're all good with your liquor license.
Well, and it was part of the public interest, it was waived when you came for the application, and the public interest of that application was not having the outside.
Sure.
So
Yeah.
to remove it.
Yep, that's it.
Sure.
Okay, so for this, the
So
alteration,
make sure,
So this is
that
in
they know.
addition to the alteration, right?
Yeah,
This is
make sure
separate.
that, so
Okay,
we can cover them both at the same time,
Okay.
right? So just send in a notice that either amend the notice so it has both things on it.
Got it.
okay,
Carried, okay.
okay.
I'm a little confused by the design. I'm not sure where all the doors are here, because I see some building doors, some opening doors for the restaurant. And it doesn't seem aligned with the design that's on the application.
Sure. So on the picture, it's kind of under the main entrance is actually under the scaffolding that's on the side, which is why it gets maybe a little confusing. The front where the bronze, it actually all opens up. So that's the area that we were looking at, and that's not what we use as an entrance or exit to the building.
Okay, will those doors be opening and closing?
Well, they are accordion doors, so the plan is to just have an open front restaurant, which provides an ease of service as well.
Okay. That's all I have.
Yeah, and just so you know that you're not allowed to open those doors under your liquor license.
Yes, okay.
So there's a lot of issues that are tied into that, because there wasn't supposed to be outside noise or anything.
Got it.
So what you're saying is that from this to this is 21 feet?
From the bronze doors,
But
sorry, I'm just going to, from the left of the black door.
so like right here.
Yeah, that's
From here to here is 21 feet?
from, yes,
Gotcha.
the other side, exactly.
Okay. Any other questions? Fine, okay. Do you have any questions for us? No. Okay. All right. That's it.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so I'm gonna close the public hearing on agenda item number 11. Now we're gonna go back to the order that we were in. And so that would be agenda item, let me see, agenda item. I know that I have someone, I think Robert is here for number 6. And 7. Do we have anyone here from 5? And this is me, I guess, asking rhetorically, because I have to go look at sheets.
Robert has his hand up, so.
Well, I'd go ahead and promote him because we're running him on the next one, so let's just get him up. And then, number,
Side.
I'm trying to see if there's anyone here for 5.
Hello. I'm actually here for 5 as well.
Oh, great, perfect. I just couldn't find my form. So so we've got you for 5, 6, and 7. And then what else is yours on the agenda? Because I can't pull up my sheet.
5, 6, 7, 8, and 16.
Okay, cool. Okay, so okay, let's go with number 5. So Box Hill LLC, DBA King at 18 King Street for our Sidewalk Cafe. Is there anyone here from the public to testify on this application? Also, hi, Robert. Nice to see you, by the way.
See you guys too.
So we'll do 5 through 8 and 16 right after number 8, and then we'll get you out of here.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah. So 5. I don't see anyone from the public here to testify. So let's go to the. Just give me a second. Give me a second to pull it up. I don't know if others want to get started on their questions or comments.
They didn't come to us, I don't think, the sidewalk. For the roadway.
Give me a second, Robert.
Yep, not a problem.
Yeah, okay, so we've got tabs I need to close. Okay, so we have the application here. So on our charter, do you want to bring up?
Just
No,
give
we're
me a
just
second,
trying to-
we're trying to figure
We
something
just
out.
heard from the applicants, because they also
They took
submit a liquor
over
license for the business next door. as well.
around the corner,
Next
around
door.
the, well, I guess it's.
Okay, so to be clear, we've got seating on 6th Avenue and on King Street, correct?
Let me take a look. I know King Street definitely
Yeah, it's
are.
fine.
Let me just
Oh,
see.
I see the road, and I see there's a Roadway Cafe application on here. I mean, or not? I mean, not cafe, I'm sorry. I see that there's roadway on this site plan. Is that right? Let me just show you what I have.
We
just
are
so-
having a roadway as well. I don't have that in front of me. I just know about the sidewalk at the moment.
Let me share what I have, since there seems to be a, just so we're all on the same page.
Yeah, not a problem.
Way. So this is what we have in the application.
No.
Okay.
And we have the sidewalk cafe application, but I see that there's roadway on there, which, okay, some people do that, but I just want to make sure what we're talking
See,
about.
I have this one.
Oh,
Oh, yeah, that's not
that's like completely
different.
different?
Yeah, that's why I'm
I'm
not really
sorry
sure where
that I
that one
shared
is
this.
came from, because I don't even have that one in my file.
It's different from what we received.
Okay, is that in the drive as well?
I'll put it in the drive.
Okay, so we're gonna show you another one. Okay, hold on. This is like a mystery. So what's the up-to-date one?
I believe this is the one I just showed you is the up-to-date one. I can find out, and we could get back to you on that one, just because Michael is on a different Zoom meeting.
I just added an amended addendum DOT site plan, which is what was sent
Okay,
for the SLA meeting on June 5th.
We're gonna show you this other one from June 5th in just a second, but you can access this application packet. Can someone put a link directly to this application package from the website, like from the calendar listing? So that way Robert just has access to the site plan with the purple and the yellow.
You doing that, Arthur?
Yep. Yeah.
Okay. So, and that way everyone else on the same page. So this is what we have. Oh, I guess let me turn it the other way. Sorry, it drives me nuts when things are not aligned. Okay. So, I mean, because I was like, this is a lot of seating in general. I don't know. I need to look and see if what was, but this is quite different. So I guess I wish we had known this ahead of time. I would have asked DOT if we got this on June 5th. I'm just kind of just talking out loud.
Yeah.
Like, how do we make sense
That was for
of
the,
that?
and that was the roadway, but the roadway's not before us, right? Just
Yeah, the roadway's not
sidewalk.
before us. This doesn't show the sidewalk at all,
Right, the
so.
sidewalk was moved.
Right, this is the Roadway Cafe site plan, so, okay, so this application was filed. This could be an updated site plan since it was filed, but this application was filed July 29th, 2024.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. Just because, like I said, my file doesn't even have this plan in it.
So I guess we just need to figure out what.
And honestly, that's not even a plan we would even hand in. I can say that for a fact. I don't know if this is one that we took over. Like they started it and then we took it over. So I can definitely find out and we could get back to you on this one, just because it's hard to say with this one.
Quite a discrepancy. Could you just send into the office what you have?
Yeah.
Just so we can have it as a reference, even if whatever outcome is, oh, this is the plan, this purple one versus the other one, like, just so we can have it. You'll tell us what is, but I just want to be able to have both to look at so that I can ask the question of DOT as well. But yeah, if you could find out, I mean, or if you can just find out and tell us.
Yeah.
You find out and tell us. I'm not going to reach out to DOT until I hear from you. So.
Yeah, that's not a problem. I can find that out.
Okay, so otherwise, I don't even know how we talk about this even anymore.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. What? Yeah, can you show the plan again and the one that you have, and maybe I can take a screenshot and we can talk to that?
course.
Because if,
Yeah, let me.
just because, well, there's no one in the office to forward us anything that we get emailed, so. Yeah, let me just take a screenshot of this. Okay. Okay, thank you.
No problem.
I mean, you don't have it digitally to share, do you?
I probably do. That's why I'm gonna try and get it.
Oh,
up real
okay.
quick.
Yeah, okay, yeah, if you can find it, I mean, I'll put this up, but anything you have that it looks better will only be to be.
Yeah, of course.
So, I mean, it's just very blurry from. Yeah, it's just like super blurry.
Yeah.
So,
Can we come back to this item? Like in this meeting while he
yeah.
finds this
What?
PDF?
Is post on here for the spot, so we can get a bigger.
I mean, you just take this control.
Yeah, it's won't stop sharing.
Oh, yeah.
All right, can you hold that back up?
Yes, actually, I'm gonna send it right now. I have it right here. I'm just trying
Yeah,
to.
but I know, but can you, the thing is, if you send it, I don't have anyone in the office that's actively monitoring the email right now, so can you
Well,
just?
I'm actually gonna send it in the chat.
Oh, okay, great, perfect. Thanks.
Wait.
Michael, we have a question for you.
Yeah.
Here. So for Box Hill,
Oh, yeah, let me go back and.
these are the
share
plans
this.
that they have, but these are the plans that we have.
Yeah, those are the ones we have are the new ones that was submitted to the DOT.
Okay, so the new ones were submitted to DOT. Michael is just saying.
This is out of date, like what they have in the application package is out of date.
Yes.
But what DOT referred, not on your error, just you guys updated, they didn't update it, what they sent to us. Because we would have
Yes.
done this within the last, 2 weeks? Okay.
Sent it probably a couple of months ago.
Yeah, they don't have this one. That's the
Right,
only
right.
reason.
No, hi, Michael. No, I'm just saying that we received this referral package. We received the referral package in the last 2 weeks. And so if it has been updated for months, it's unfortunate that they didn't, why can't I just like, I don't know Windows. And I don't know Windows. Why can't I just open it? Okay, let me just look at it on mine.
Okay, I just sent 6th Street and King Street.
Okay, I just downloaded
6th
it.
Avenue and King Street.
Okay, so I downloaded them to my computer, and so now I'll share perfect from
These are the
my.
ones that they have. Did we take this one over and?
Yeah,
and
they took it over.
Okay, yeah, so we did take this one over
Okay,
originally from them, so that was the one that they handed in originally.
okay. It's unfortunate that DOT did not give us those updated plans that you guys submitted to them.
Yeah, that would help if they did.
I mean, that's the whole point, right? Okay, so let me go to my downloads.
Off the course.
Yeah, of
I
course.
don't remember sending this.
Thanks, Michael. Okay, so I found this. And then I downloaded the King Street one, the 6th Avenue one. It shows that I downloaded, but I don't see it in my downloads.
If you need me to send it again, I can.
Oh, it's there. I just don't.
I'm also printing a copy of, so if you want to take a screenshot, if that works.
Can someone put the one in the
Oh, yeah.
can you download it in the drive? Like
Yeah.
I can't do anything else once it has a check mark.
Works.
I just want to have both of them ready to go, so just give me a second.
Not a problem.
All right, they're in the drive.
Okay.
Wait, well, they're uploading, so now they're in the drive. So it's Box Hill LLC, 6th Ave.
Perfect.
Box Hill LLC, King Street.
Okay, perfect. So now, thank you. So I think I had. That, And let me open up.
We gave him 3-foot surface items. I didn't like it.
Downloading for me. That is so weird.
Yep, and go have 3-foot weight surface items. 7 feet 2-inch tables. 8 feet,
2 feet tables.
2 inch. What?
2 feet, not 2 inch. That'd be a small table.
7, no, they're 2-foot tables. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're 2-foot tables.
Yeah.
3-foot weight surface out,
3
2-inch barrier. We just don't have the 3 feet at the end because you don't need it.
Flip that one, let me flip this one, and then we'll get started on this. Okay, great. So let me share my screen now.
Still doing the roadway? Or did that change?
Oh, we
with
did
that?
one roadway.
Okay, we did the
That's
one.
already done.
Okay. Yeah, I just didn't see the plans in
The
here,
roadway
so.
was 3 tables and 6 seats.
Okay.
So that plan got, I can see now why that plan was at the beginning, like super aggressive. It's been since pared down, it seems, on both. Okay, so now we are looking at King Street. Is that good with everyone? And then we'll go to 6th Avenue. So we're on King. And this is what we have. So this is quite a significant difference than what was in the referral package. So, okay, so we've got 15 feet, 2 inches sidewalk. We've got 7 foot, 2 inch cafe. Tables really close. Anyone wants to start? I just had to pull all this information together. So so the questions are, how will the King, what did I say, we were on the King Street one, right? So how will the King Street Cafe be served? We know.
From the front door, and then there's the service aisle leading up past these 2 tables. 3 foot. And there's a 3-foot service aisle.
Okay, and so is this the front door?
Yes.
Okay, so it'll be served from this, okay?
Yep. And then there is a barrier. So it's the 2 foot tables, 2 2-foot tables. That's 4. So then it leaves us 3 feet at 2 inches for the waiting service.
Okay. All right. Any other questions or comments on King Street?
Yes, I would like the barrier to be defined better.
Is that Brian? We're spotlighting this, so if you can just say, they can't tell. And I see Darlene. Darlene, are you wanting to testify on this? If you could just put in the chat and we'll get that situated. Brian, continue.
Okay, it does seem to show a barrier around the seating, but it needs to be called out. There's definitions for what the barrier can be. And it goes from a double line to a single line for no apparent reason. And of course, as we go on to 6th Avenue, you will see that there's nothing at all. And so that's a very important part of
I
the.
don't know what this.
Okay. Yeah.
Can you address the double line versus the single line? Any designation there?
We can make that one solid line and make it more of a barrier looking, but there's no significance between the double and the single line.
Okay, so just call it out. You know, there's.
You just don't have the barrier there.
Definition.
Yeah, on 6th Avenue, like Michael's saying, that it is missing the barrier. We can add that just because that is a measurement. On King Street, that is a barrier. We can make it more defined and write that it is a barrier, so it's indicated better.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
No problem.
Anything else? There's a question about, I think, is it on King? Wait. Is it that both are in here? I'm sorry, these are these the same plan?
No, they're different plans. The one you're on now is 6th Avenue, and the other one is King Street.
Okay,
This one is King
I
Street.
was getting confused because okay. I see now. It's just that I got it. I was reading this as the street name.
Okay, so they're both being served from that door and they have the service out inside.
Okay. So it's just that's 6th Avenue. Okay, any other questions?
No.
Okay, Darlene, would you figure out
I
that?
promoted Darlene.
Okay,
So Darlene.
We do
Thank-
have public testimony.
Thank you, Darlene Luke, Soho West NYC. You know, this location has had a restaurant in it for years. You know, there were predecessors to the King, and they had outdoor dining. This is so excessive. What you can put on paper is not realistic to what is actually workable in reality. On King Street, you know, seating for 6 maximum. In the front, seating for 8 maximum. Please, for the love of God, stop outdoor dining, yeah, yahoo. But this is all excessive and it just creates problem after problem after problem. It existed already, it worked. Restaurants have to stop being so greedy because they're really pissing their neighbors off. Thank you.
Thanks. And Darlene, you're speaking to the plan that's on the screen, or are you speaking to the plan that's in the application package?
Both of their plans are ridiculous and they shouldn't have roadbed. King Street, are you kidding? They produce.
All right, but we're not talking about the roadbed. We're not talking about the roadbed.
Okay, I get it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so are there any questions for Darlene? Any other comments for the committee? Otherwise, I'm going to close the public hearing. Yes?
The one comment, Robert, and for the operators is there seems to be a lot of furnishing elements, so plants, planters, all those can't be in the furnishing zone. So those are in the furnishing zone from the Google Maps photos. They're in the furnishing zone in the photos that they provided. All that area has to be clear. So
yeah, we'll tell them to get rid of that stuff.
Okay, anything else?
And same thing within the Sidewalk Cafe, because it seems like they're just moving them around. So they either have to get rid of them or they have to fit them within the footprint.
Okay.
Anything else? Carter, did you have anything else on this?
No, I was just saying it's good
I think all that stuff is.
Mhm.
yeah.
Is there anything else you want to talk about
Well,
on this
just,
one?
I guess, yeah, I mean, I guess I'm looking at the old plan, and I see it as a slightly different configuration of King Street, and I'm just trying to understand it.
Okay, would it be helpful to share that?
Yes.
I just have a hard time getting to when I share my screen, I can't really access my menu bar.
I'm just looking.
So it just takes a
trying to figure
second.
2 inches.
Am I looking at 16 King Street or 18?
No, they had 9-foot clear path before on the historic one.
Can I bring up one of these plans, but which one, 16 or 18? AKA 18 King or 18 AKA, because I can pull it up and then we can flip between them all. But I can't until you tell me which file to pull up. Also,
they're-
16 King Street says
they're-
AK 18 King,
Yeah,
so I don't
they're the
understand.
same. So if you look at block 18, what's the
One
same?
earlier?
address?
But it's
But I don't
one
know which
earlier than
file
the
they're
other.
It's okay. I'm just looking at them. I'm seeing actually that the difference is it looks like they use one of the doors to the restaurant historically. And they don't use it now.
Gotcha, yeah. What is the step?
And chairs. They put tables and chairs. To go around.
Okay, so let me just, I guess I'll just download both. I just can't pull
I'm
up.
saying that.
Street side.
We don't know which PDF you're talking about.
No, I'm not talking about the PDF, I'm just go look at the picture.
It also looks.
Okay, well, if there's something you want to share, because I
No,
can't,
I'm just saying, if you look, they just have seating to here.
would you like to share
Well, I'm
that?
just explaining in what's a doorway, so they're not using the
Okay.
doorway in their plans, it's not indicated that you were shown, which we don't have. So if you go back to the plans that were provided for King Street.
This?
Yeah, so what I.
So let me go, now let me share my screen again. But is there a photograph? How do we communicate that if I can't show it?
I'm
Can you
not
send me a
trying to
link?
communicate it, I'm just saying that
Okay.
there's, on the plan, which if you could put that back up, the King Street plan.
Yeah, I can't tell which one on this it is. Maybe it's this one? No, this one? Is that it? No. I have too many files open.
No, just the sidewalk
know, but I
cafe,
can't
well, the sidewalk
tell.
cafe plan doesn't look accurate actually now though. We can just pull, what do you just sent you? You just sent
I
it.
know, but I'm trying to find where my Adobe windows are because I can't see them. I have so many different, here it is, Adobe Acrobat. It's so many
Okay,
things. open.
so that plan there, that's King Street, but this is not an accurate plan, right? Because isn't the restaurant include the adjacent storefront?
Right.
Which says adjacent residential?
Right.
I'm just confused.
It's what is the basement stairs step and basement stairs in the old plan.
Right, but
Yeah.
but that's not adjacent residential.
So can't we just show what you're talking about on the Google Maps? And I'm just trying to, I have a disconnect.
I mean,
I'm not
yeah.
making sense of it. So I need an image of what is on the plan, what is really there.
Okay, so
Right, but I need it on the screen. Like I need.
I can share it if that helps.
We're spending a lot of time on this.
Yeah, I don't know that we have, is there something you want to fix, Carter, or like,
Well, no, the plan's not accurate.
just because it
So
says.
but why are we looking at,
residential.
but why are we pulling up?
So
this-
if you look at the plan on the left,
Uh-huh.
right, that's on the left side,
Mhm.
you can see that the adjacent residential isn't adjacent residential.
This part.
Right.
So the.
So Robert, I don't
So
understand.
this one needs to be flipped. These are, I need the sidewalk facing out.
Yeah, I mean, I can.
You need to flip it because it's way too confusing. Like it's, if you can just flip it, there's like, should be little arrows. So that way it just faces that way and then we're just looking at everything. Okay, now what's,
So I'm not, so Robert, this plan on the right side where it says adjacent residential, that's actually the restaurant on the right side.
This is the
That's
restaurant.
part of the restaurant. But the restaurant goes down another 20 feet.
Okay.
It's
Just
just
like a minor thing, right?
well, no, it's not really minor because it's not reflecting the restaurant frontage.
so is this the adjacent residential?
Yeah.
Is what they were labeling it there as.
Yeah. It's actually just stairs to the basement.
Right.
Yeah, there's no stairs.
Where's the parking sign right here?
Yep.
And this is what?
Yep.
So these two are these two? right? I'm just trying to, right, these two are these two?
Yeah, sign pole.
And that's
or
the, okay,
sign.
that, okay, and so
And then the restaurant keeps going.
this,
Mhm.
what about this?
That's.
You can't see
more
that in the
of
new one.
restaurant,
but yeah.
And that's more of the restaurant. So where the roadbed is, right? At the top in the purple, that's the top in the purple. That's the end of the restaurant.
But are we concerned about that this needs to be accurate or reflected here, because this is not.
Okay, yeah, no, I see what you mean with that. There's the basement stairs that go down, then there's that
Gotcha.
doorway. That door, you're saying the doorway is us. So what we're gonna do, Michael even agrees, we're gonna have the architect go back out and do a remeasurement on this.
Okay,
So you can see here that this is what you have as your.
Yeah.
And this is the whole frontage here.
this is the adjacent
Yes.
residential.
And this area here,
He'll go down to 5 tables.
I believe, is a doorway in the restaurant. In this space, which you guys now have a seating area.
Okay.
So the
We
old,
might need to go down to,
old plans have some other, showing some other stuff, so.
Okay. Great.
Yeah, the sidewalk pole. I think you should check the widths too, because
Then you've got,
the old sidewalk did not fit that many tables across. And it did look excessive,
and the, you've got some of this stuff and
right.
Okay.
signs.
all right.
All right, so there's a lot of questions of just
Yeah.
to be just resolved, right? Just, so, okay. All right, so I think we're gonna close the public hearing on agenda item 5. So we're still on. Okay, so now, we good on that, Robert? Thanks for
Yes.
talking that through with us. So now we'll go to agenda item 7, which is Bar Giacosa Corp, DBA Il Pittino. Oh, wait, no, it's number 6, sorry. ASC Inc., DBA La Nonna at 134 Mulberry Street for a sidewalk cafe. And is there any, and it's, the width is, the sidewalk cafe width proposed is less than 3 feet wide, not ADA compliant. Do we have anyone here to testify on behalf of this application? And about this application, sorry, Robert, I know you're here to testify on behalf of it.
Problem.
Yeah, so I don't see anyone with their hand raised. So who wants to start on this one? It's gonna take me a second. If someone can take the lead on going through the questions, I need to see who else is in the chat and who's, who else is here.
There's someone here on application 13.
Yeah, okay. Well, we're gonna get to it as soon as we can on the order, so we're going 5, 6, 7, 8, and then we're gonna get 16 done, and then we'll be done. We'll go back to the order, so we'll go 6, 7, 8, 16, and then we'll go to number 9. Or we'll see if, we'll, if I don't have anyone here for agenda item 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, or 15. Wait, no, 13 is here.
13
So
is
I don't
here.
have anyone, sorry. We're on agenda item 6, we're gonna go to agenda item 7, 8, 16, and then I will go to 13 if there's no one here for agenda item 9, 10, or 12. So if you're here for agenda item 9, 10, or 12, make yourself known in the chat, and then we'll continue to go in the order.
There's also somebody for 17, I believe.
Okay, so 17, we'll make an offer to you to go earlier, but I've got to get through 6, 7, 8, 16 first. Okay. Anyone want to start
Yeah, it's not ADA compliant.
okay. Can you speak to that, Robert? Is there any is there a window situation that makes this work, we know that there are,
Yes, so we have the two doors that open. It's gonna be the service aisle to,
Still is not ADA compliant. I mean, you can't, no matter where they're serving from, it's not wide enough for a wheelchair. Even if they're serving from inside, you can't put a wheelchair at these tables. Because they're only 2 feet wide.
so is there any path here to becoming compliant? It's a, what's the corridor? Just so we don't keep spinning our wheels.
I mean,
I don't think so.
the corridor is 10 feet.
Okay, and the sidewalk is,
Sidewalk, I
It
believe.
says 12.6. Yeah.
12.6.
okay, so only 2 feet 6 inches. Okay. Is there anything we could propose for modifications that could make it ADA compliant of 3 feet width?
I mean,
Okay,
the
so,
only other thing I'm just gonna say is there's a primary building entrance at 132 Mulberry. Just want to bring, but there's a primary building
But we're
entrance.
not looking at the wrong one.
I am.
Yeah.
I'm not looking at Nonna.
we're number
sidewalk.
6, we're on number 6.
Yeah.
That's.
No, we're on number 6. I
Yeah.
corrected myself, but we're on number 6.
Right.
Yeah. So I'll let you pull it up, because I usually just don't wanna,
So
we're not gonna get to
Okay,
a,
so just according to the notes that we have,
yes.
there's a primary building entrance at 132 Mulberry. That's the adjacent property, I guess, it's on here. Or maybe it's on the other side, I'm not sure which way 132 is.
are we talking about the right to 134 Mulberry Street?
We're talking about 32 Mulberry Street.
We're talking about Nonna, and she's talking about an entrance at 132 Mulberry.
So we are,
On 6. What does WU mean on the entrance that's on this diagram?
Ask.
That's I just did. What does WU mean, entrance?
I'm trying to figure that out as well with you.
Because I don't know which direction 132 is, if it's on the top or the bottom.
So if
Diagram.
you're looking at the plans, 132 would be to the right side. So it's just like if you're looking at Google and you're looking at the storefront La Nonna, Umberto's Clam Shack is to the right. So I think the door you're talking about, it says WU entrance, is that one that's directly next, right in between La Nonna and Umberto's.
Okay. So that's where we need the 5-foot clearance from, according to our notes. I'm not.
But even if they meet that 5-foot
Right,
clearance,
the whole thing, I'm
there's
just
no-
putting that
okay,
out
yeah,
there,
yeah.
just in case if you wanted to note that also, but, right.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Any questions or comments for us, Robert? I mean, I don't want to go too much further.
I'll find out more about that one,
Okay.
the one table that's closer to the 132.
Mhm.
Personally looking at the photos of La Nonna, the table that's on the left, that it's right by that door is definitely over 3 feet. I would believe that's ADA, but I'm not 100% sure, so I don't want to say that is.
Okay.
Because I'm not there with the measurements doing all that. But I can find out more about that for you.
Okay, great. Okay. All right, I'm gonna close the public hearing then on agenda item 6. Now we're gonna call on agenda item 7, Bar Giacosa Corp DBA El Pittino at 268 6th Avenue.
Sorry.
And Is there anyone here to testify on this application? Please raise your hand. Darlene, the floor is yours.
Hello?
Hi.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
I was on, I raised my hand, then you kicked me off, then you put me back on, so.
Welcome back. Are you here to
Okay.
testify on Bar Giacosa Corp?
I am.
Okay, great.
I have very short comments. I am extremely biased. This has been a place, Bar PD has been a place that I have been to my entire life in New York City.
But this location didn't exist 5 years ago.
This is adjacent to it.
Yeah, but it's a separate business.
Yes, it is a separate business. I understand that. I do not see any problem with it because the operator has been a great operator in this community for decades, and he will do the same here. This is very, very realistic in the number of tables that will be outside. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thanks, Arlene. Great. Any other questions, comments from the committee for Darlene on her statement? Carter had his.
Yeah, well, there's no ADA access.
Okay, so.
Services through the windows. This is adjacent to a park. This is the exit of the school. This is a pathway for the park that's directly off the wall. The operator is illegally operating through the winter with the closure.
With an enclosure at this location or enclosure at their neighboring location? Okay, just wanted for the record. Okay, so.
You can see it in the pictures.
Okay.
But this is actually the boundaries for the clear path of the public park boundaries. So what you see in there is actually New York City Parks and Park.
Did I pronounce this wrong, or is it just written wrong on the agenda?
Do you? Yeah, because I'm also questioning. I'm also seeing two addresses, 270 6th Avenue and 268 6th Avenue.
Okay, so I see 268 6th Avenue on the application. And then 276th Avenue. Okay, yeah, this is, yeah, let's just, you know what, like I said, I'm not, Robert, I want to make sure we're on the same page. I'm also confused. It's going to take a second for me to get this window separated from I don't think everyone needs to see all of my tabs. Okay. So. Hold on.
So SLA has this registered.
Well, so Bar Giacosa Corp is the parent business of the two adjacent businesses.
Mm-hmm.
They have two separate businesses. One is the larger establishment, the other is the smaller.
So I guess
So what
why,
we're looking at is the smaller one, and the address for that is 278.
so then why does it say 268
Yeah, they're supposed to match.
here?
Just
Okay.
So which is it?
So I have 268, and even on the health permit, it's 268.
Okay, so then I guess why on the site plan?
I saw that too, and I was trying to figure that out as well. I don't know if the architect made a mistake when putting it on and just put 270. Not 100% sure on that one.
Okay,
So I don't really have an answer on that.
okay, so we need to get it corrected.
268. This one is supposed to be, it's 268, 270.
What's the matter?
Well, the SLA, I'm just going by
Yeah,
what's on
because
the
it's
SLA
two-
license, so it's two businesses, so you're.
It's two separate businesses, so it's the same thing we've had for a number of these applications, right? UFSCs and the same.
Okay, so it's gotta be, so the address on the site plan has to match what's on the information page.
Okay.
Just get that figured out. Okay.
It's not gonna match what's on SLA. I'm just,
So what does that mean?
what is the site plan has,
276 Avenue, and then and my computer's really slow, so I can't even
just,
advance this back. So maybe I'm gonna stop sharing. But on the information page, it says 268.
Right.
So what's the liquor license?
the liquor license is 268, 270 for this one. That's what they have.
So it might have just also been a mistake, just because I'm looking at the Bar Giacosa court, which is Bar Pitti, the other location, which is next door.
Uh-huh.
So here, maybe this will clear it up. So this is the application we're doing right now.
Yes.
So do you see how
Okay.
to this
Yeah.
side,
Mhm.
this side, there's that residential entrance under the rubber band?
Yeah.
So this is the one we're doing right now. And then if you look, here's the plan for Bar Pitti.
Bar Pitti's on the left?
No.
So yes, Bar Pitti is on if you're looking at the storefront, it's on the right-hand side. So Bar Giacosa or Il Pittino would be on the left side.
Okay, so I'm gonna pull this up and I have to like write this down because
You're
I'm,
looking at El Pittino, what you're looking at.
okay, so I'm looking at Il Pittino.
Yes, I just figured maybe that might clear it up. I think the architect might have mixed it up. But let me just check the health department, make sure.
So this is Il Pittino.
That's El Pittino, yes.
And
Yes.
this is Bar Pitti.
No, that's a school. That is.
Yes, the one you're on right now is the other one.
Okay. Okay. Are we done?
Well, with the clearances from the residential entry to the large residential building.
So it could maybe be 5 feet. We just need to know what that measurement is. Sorry, there's like a gnat in here.
Yeah. You understand, Robert?
I'm sorry, can you say that over?
There's no indication of the 5 feet from that residential entrance. Purple.
Okay.
And I'm not sure if it will work. Once you get the 5 feet in there, you might have to lose a table. I don't know.
Okay.
And then also that 10-foot clearance continuing on northward at the edge of the park.
You're saying?
Yeah, to there.
So that across that 10-foot clearance, that's to the park property.
What's required here? 10?
Yeah, and remember George Vladeckis, who designed the park, told us he would have designed the park differently had he known this was a beauty salon. he would have designed the park differently because this was meant and built as the exit path for the school. So and they widened the park into 6th Avenue, and he would have totally differently designed this because now it's crunched down opposite the intention of what the park design was.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Anything else on this application? Okay, so I'm gonna close. Robert, anything else? Questions or comments?
No, I'll try and find out that information to see what's going on, and I'll find out about the distance from the residential entrance, the 5 foot from our cafe to that residential entrance. Go from there.
Ask.
And how are the tables gonna be served and for people to get in and out of the back?
Chairs?
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you mean.
How is service, how are people going to get in and out of the tables and chairs? And where is the service going to be from?
Like, how do people get to this
How
chair?
are people gonna get in and out?
Yeah.
And where is
We
the,
are gonna be having smaller tables, as you can tell, so we're gonna go with more of like a little tiny cafe type of tables. That's what they plan on doing. So it leaves a little bit of a room to get in, but
7 inch, I mean, the little cafe table is what, 18 inches?
I think they wanted to go
If it's
1.5
12 inches,
tape.
I'm sorry, but I don't think anybody can sit on the chair.
Okay.
So, I mean, I'm just trying to be realistic here.
Yeah.
You know, so if it's 18 inches, you're talking 36 inches, and that leaves 7 inches somewhere for somebody to squeeze between tables to get to those far seats.
Yeah.
How is that working? I mean, just in reality, how is that working? Because
Like I said, I could find out for you with these ones.
Okay.
I know there's it is stanchion, so I know the answer I'd like to give you, you guys don't like. Unhook it and let them sit, but I can find out for you so we can get an actual clear answer for you.
Okay. Anything else?
the access to the Sidewalk Cafe is supposed to be from within the Sidewalk Cafe.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna close the public hearing on agenda item 7. And we're gonna go to number 8, Tapestry Management LLC DBA Semma at 60 Greenwich Avenue for a sidewalk cafe. Is there anyone here to testify on behalf of this application? I don't see any hands raised. All right, Robert, what else? Does somebody want to start on this one? I'm just gonna pull it up myself. As we all know, my laptop's doing stuff. Does anybody want to start?
I mean, I don't have it open, but I'm looking at our notes. So how will the far side be reached from within the cafe? Is 5 feet 8 inches wide enough space for 3 tables side by side? So I haven't opened it yet. Let me get there, but it sounds like the same sort of question we had with this one.
Yes, a long time for it to
So
load.
with this one, we might have to lose one table so we can create more of a opening.
Any other questions or comments?
Looking at it.
Okay.
There's no, you know. Yeah, I think that's it, that you might have to
And-
use one table.
I'm just, Robert, because it's not, I know this is not on you, this is because DOT, it seems, is consistently not giving us the updated plan, so I just want to, I know I can't tell which one of these is it. Maybe this is it, we're gonna find out. Oh, good,
Yes,
okay.
that's the plan we have.
Okay, great. Okay. Oh, I think adjacent walk-up, is that what I know we're still trying to figure out what that means.
Sounds like more correct than anything, walk up, yeah.
And why does it just say residential?
I don't know.
Okay,
I really have no idea. That's
rhetorical
It's
question.
the first time I've seen it say adjacent WU with all the ones that I've done with you guys. So
It's been a lot. It's been a lot of them.
yeah, so this is the first one. I don't know. I think this might have been different architect at the time, because I know when we were doing these, we had a few different architects going out, and every architect does things differently. So I'm assuming that's what this architect was doing.
Okay. Any other comments or questions?
No, there's nothing else in the notes.
No. 16, 11.
Next one is 16.
Oh, this is just a really big side. More than meets the neighborhood corridor. Okay. Okay. I don't have any other comments. Anyone else? No. Great. I'm gonna close the public hearing on number 8. Now we're gonna go to 16, and then we're gonna go back in order. And I will see if not agenda item 9, 10, or 12 is here. If you're here to testify on agenda item 9, 10, and 12, either the applicant or member of the public, raise your hand and write in the chat which one you're affiliated with or you want to testify on. That while we go through agenda item 16. And if anyone's here to speak on agenda item 16, this is now what we're gonna cover. We're gonna wrap up here with Robert. So 132 Mulberry Inc., DBA Umberto's Clam House, 132 Mulberry Street with the Sidewalk Cafe. And the proposed Sidewalk Cafe width on the Mulberry Street setup is less than 3 feet wide, which is not ADA compliant. So let's go through this one. Screen. So Robert, does anyone have?
132 Mulberry, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes. So does someone want to start with this? Is there any pathway to being ADA compliant while you look at that? Robert, how is this being serviced?
Now I'm looking at that now. I honestly don't like this plan.
Okay.
Completely honest with you. Not a huge fan of this one.
I lost my folder.
Just because this is a 10-foot clear path, I don't know why it's only 2 feet. We should have that extra foot, so you still have that 10 feet plus the extra 1 foot.
So are you saying it is possible to have both the 10-foot clear path and a 3-foot?
Well, yeah, because right now we're leaving, it only says 2 feet and with 11 feet clear path. So it should, me personally, I think it should say 3 feet with the 10-foot clear path, just so we can figure it out. But like I said, I'm not a huge fan of this plan. And it's hard for me to say because I can't even see the roadway right now on Google.
It's, they're right next to each other.
Yeah, now it's showing me. It just before it didn't. Okay, there we go.
Carter, did you have something?
I mean, you need the perimeter on there. And so how are people accessing the tables? Are they coming into the restaurant to get into the tables? The ones that are by the double doors that have sort of the tables in front of them? If you were to, let's say you change it to 10 feet, 3 feet, put the perimeter in there, you can't walk to any of those middle tables and access the far table.
Yeah, I honestly, like I said, with this one, The plans aren't 100% really clear to me. I'm not really liking this one.
I mean, I thought the issue on this stretch of Mulberry Street was that this sidewalk seating wasn't going to work because of the difference in new regulations with the clear path.
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought too. So I was surprised when we started doing sidewalks.
Right, which
for
I'm surprised.
this area. But with this one, I'm not 100% sure just because it's not fully making sense to me. Just because this, I don't know. I think I should talk to Michael on this one.
Okay.
Unfortunately, he had to go just because this one, it's not making sense to me with the doorway right there. And then it's showing 3 doors, but it only looks like there's 2 doors from what I'm seeing. And yeah.
I mean, with if the sidewalk truly is 13 feet, there is a pathway here.
Then there should, I mean,
But then why was there not, so I'm gonna ask, why was there not a pathway? What is?
That's because the other one was measured shorter than this, is the.
Which is possible, is that
They're
possible?
right next to each
They're
other.
right next
I
to
mean,
each other,
I
it's.
find it, but
Yeah, this
conversation.
one I think we need to get remeasured and redone completely because
And it was
this one.
actually, it was the conversation we had in the beginning about all these ones on Mulberry Street in this corner, that it went from 8 feet to 10 feet, and there's no room here to have the ADA, accessing the tables and service. And from an SLA perspective, when it came to SLA, you know, we were asking everyone to have a 10 o'clock, and we went through with them for the 11 o'clock there. And part of that reasoning is because they weren't going to be able to have their sidewalk seating that they had had for years on this stretch. So, you know, that was the give back sort of to these people, the respect that they always had that. And now, you know, the sidewalk, because of the way the regulations were done, has changed.
Right, they didn't make a special district.
So I mean, what they're doing to get this to, if you're looking for a path here, is you're putting the perimeter right next to the table. Everybody's accessing this from the inside of the restaurant. I don't know that makes it ADA compliant, and it's just totally contrary in my mind to how outdoor seating should work, where there should be some place for people to walk within the sidewalk cafe.
What is the sidewalk width on the historical site plan? What's the sidewalk width on the historical site plans for both of this one and one? I'm just finding it, and this is not on here, I'm just trying to understand how 2 places next to one another can have different sidewalk widths.
This one says 13.
I can say there are some, so when we were measuring, what we were taught with that and what Michael told us the best thing to do, measure both sides of the building, the width, because there are some sidewalks that surprisingly, one side of the building would be like 1 foot shorter than the other one. Okay. So it did happen, not all the time. But like I said, I don't know. I think we use the same person for this one, and I don't like this plan because it's not making sense to me.
Okay.
Just because there's doors, like the walk-up entrance on the left-hand side, to me, that should be that doorway in between La Nonna and Umberto's Clam Shack, the one that we talked about before.
Okay.
And then it's showing 3 doors on the plan, but there's 2 doors right there, and then adjacent elevator right there. So I don't really know what's going on with this one. And personally, I'm going to talk to Michael about this one because this one is not making sense, and we might need to. I'm also going to find out which architect we use for these plans because I'm not a fan of them at all.
I'm seeing that. Yeah.
These are honestly, like, from all the ones we've done with you guys, these ones I feel like have been the worst ones so far.
Looking at the historic sidewalks measurements, Umberto's had 13.5 and La Nonna had 13.6. And then looking at La Nonna's sidewalk, I think they measured not from the edge of the curb, but from the interior part of the sidewalk. That's how they got to, I'm assuming that's how they got to 12.6. So that's kind of part of the discrepancy.
Okay. So we're not gonna get.
Yeah.
there. All right. Anything else from the committee on this? Robert, any other questions?
No, like I said, I'm gonna talk to Michael about this one, because this one is, I don't even know really what to say.
I know. All right. Okay, well, I think we have gotten to as far as we can on this one. So thank you so much for talking that through with us. So
Yeah, of course.
I'm gonna close the public hearing on that, and I think those are all of the ones, because we went in
Yeah.
order from 5 through 8, and then we were like, let's just do 16 and we'll get you out of here. So thank you so much.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Everybody have a great night.
Yeah.
Right.
All right, so now we're gonna go back in order. So I'll quickly just see, is there anyone here to testify on behalf of agenda item 9? Figo El Gelato. There was a note that Florence had from the office that said like she couldn't, the email bounced back and that the phone number is an issue. Did they pulled out their Roadway Cafe application? Did they not? El Figo? Remember there were some issues on that? No one else remembers. Okay, I don't see anyone here to testify from the applicant or from the public. Is that correct?
Which number are we on?
Number 9?
Anissa Love doing businesses, Figo L, 189 Bleecker.
Oh, no, I'm thinking that's their other location. So that's just right down here.
Yeah.
So that's odd. You know,
There's nobody here, so should we do this in business? Or is there?
yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. That's what I'm gonna do. I bet it's kind of like, I wish somebody could have just from the office, like walked down over there and just been like, hey, what's up? Your stuff doesn't work, but. All right, so I'm gonna close the public hearing on number 8. We'll talk about it in business session. Is there anyone here for agenda item 9? Oh, wait, that was agenda item 9, sorry. For agenda item 10.
MF Peasant.
Yeah, Emma, sorry, MF Peasant LLC DBA Peasant at 194 Elizabeth Street. Is there anyone here to testify from the public or on behalf of the applicant? Not seeing anyone, so I'm gonna say we move that to business session. I'm gonna close the public session on number 10. Next, we're gonna go to agenda item 12. Is there anyone here for agenda item 12? Which is Hee Hee Cha Inc. DBA Hee Hee Cha at 42 University Place for a Roadway Cafe. Is there anyone here to testify on behalf of this application as the applicant or the applicant's representative? And is there anyone here from the public to testify? I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to close the public hearing on number 12 and move it to business session. Now we have agenda item, what? Now we have agenda item 13, Kiko NYC LLC, DBA Kiko at 307 Spring Street for a Sidewalk Cafe. If you are here to testify on behalf of number 13, please raise your hand.
Alex Chang, there you go.
Okay, great. So you guys, hi. So I don't see anyone else from the public before we go to the applicant, just to confirm. So hello, welcome. Thank you for taking the time and for your patience. Please introduce each in yourselves.
Hi, I'm Lena Goujon, one of the owners of Kiko. We are a husband and wife team that operates the restaurant. We've been open since November. I'm a local West Village bred gal. This is my husband.
Hi, nice to meet you all.
Hey, nice to meet you. Thanks for being here. So I need to pull up the application and the notes. So does anyone want to get started on the questions we have? Do we have any questions for the applicant? It's here.
307 Spring.
I don't have it open, so if someone
I'm
can.
fine. The cafe is on a platform, so let's just see what the deal is with that.
So this is 15.
Yeah, it's on a platform. So
Did they have a Sidewalk Cafe on that platform before?
But
it was on the platform?
Yep.
Yeah.
But that wasn't a part of the rules before, right? There was no rule
There
against,
was, but
you couldn't have a platform in the rules on the Sidewalk Cafe before?
Yep.
That's a new thing.
No.
Oh.
Couldn't. That's the same thing.
people look the other way.
Well, it means an issue for whatever.
Okay. I'm just pulling it up now, so thanks for your patience. And put clear path. So what you're saying is what's proposed on the site plan right now is all on a platform. Is that correct?
Yes.
Correct.
Correct.
Do people fall off the platform or?
No.
Okay. So I don't know if you've heard some of the discussion earlier. So in the 31 pages of the Dining Out NYC rules, it does say that there's no sidewalk cafes allowed to be sited on a platform.
Okay.
Speak to that or address that or?
I mean, I guess we would say we respect the recommendation and
It's not a recommendation, it's what's in the rule. So it's not, I'm not making a recommendation, I'm just saying, I'm stating a fact of what it just says in the rule. So it's not a recommendation, it's just, we just going by what's in the rule. So it's not like we're recommending there not to be. I was just asking about this.
So should I read the letter that came with his application from
Sure.
the attorney? So it says the below sidewalk cafe being applied for in this application is located on a raised platform. The existence of this platform does not allow the required 10-foot clear path in this regional corridor, encroaching on the clear path by about 6 inches. We reached out to Penny Ringel, Director of Public Engagement at Dining Out NYC, who explained that we can apply for seating on this platform as long as the applicant does not place seating on the adjacent sidewalk, given that the existing platform would not allow the required clear path regardless of the existence of a sidewalk cafe. And that correspondence is someplace in here as well. So that's what that says, I think.
So I asked Donna and Carter, are you going to ask of this applicant what you asked of the other applicant?
Of course.
Which is what?
I mean, the rules, I mean, even for this committee, the rules say that there aren't platforms. So.
You requested something from the other applicant that had a raised platform on their application. What was that? I don't know what it.
Revocable consent, whether they have a copy of it, whether it allows.
Who does that come from? Or what is it?
City property.
Okay.
What was that?
You have a revocable consent for the platform.
The platform is in an approved drawing from the DOP that has been stamped, if that's what
Okay,
you're.
but no, I'm asking, do you have, where is your agreement with New York City to have that platform on city property?
I guess we have to.
Self-certified plans that are from DOB don't mean anything.
Okay.
And also, does your insurance company know that you have a raised platform? Did you disclose that to them? Because there's no railings, people can just fall off of that?
They do have our plans, so.
But do they show that it's raised? They specifically know that. And it's the city, you know, the indefinite, you know, to basically relieve the city of the burden is, I mean, that's a huge, dangerous situation. This isn't a normal sidewalk cafe. So somebody underwriting your insurance risk, anybody could just fall off of that.
We can inquire.
Did you tell them you had a platform?
Yeah, did you tell them you had a platform?
They have a plan and our plan shows an elevated.
The plan says platform height equals 11 inches.
Yeah, I mean, that's 11 inches is a huge rise without having a fence or railing around it.
Is it ADA accessible?
We have a ramp that makes it ADA accessible.
And it's just like a temporary one that you put if needed, is that what you're saying?
Yes, because we have to get our deliveries.
Okay. That's fine. Any other questions for the applicants?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how, if you have an 11-inch rise, how a temporary ramp remotely meets ADA requirements because the slope is so high. Generally, temporary ramps are a low amount. I mean, if anything, part of this should be removed and you should put in a long, properly graded ADA record into the raised structure. It's not, nothing is accessible at all.
Any other questions or comments for the applicant? Brian, Arturo, Donna? You have any questions for us?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to close the public hearing on number 13, and now we're going to go to agenda item. Let me see, is there anyone, let me find out, because I think there's someone here for 17. So let me quickly find out, we already went over 16. So is there anyone here for agenda items 14 and 15? Either the applicant or members of the public to testify. Okay, so I see Joseph Levy, Nancy Paisley.
Joseph Levy is the.
So we're going to start with agenda item 14 because these are two separate applications. The same LLC, but two separate applications. So we're going to start out with agenda item 14, White Horse Hospitality LLC, DBA White Horse Tavern at 567 Hudson Street for a sidewalk cafe. So Nancy, are you here to testify on number 14?
Yes, 14 and 15. I think they are related.
Let's talk what we don't.
Okay.
Submit, yeah, and then the same for the applicant. Let's talk about 14, and then we'll go to 15. We'll just keep you up here, so that way we can, because we're not going to submit the feedback together. So that would be helpful. So number 14.
All right. And I see Augustine is here. He probably has more familiarity with this location than I do. But anyway,
calling him next.
We don't need to go over the history of this location. It is very, very well known.
Okay.
On the side street, which I think is 11th Street, am I right? They have a 12-foot sidewalk they're showing, an 8-foot clear path leaving 4 feet for the tables, and the service lane, which I have to submit is going to be too small. It won't be ADA compliant. And they're showing an apartment entrance immediately adjacent that needs, if there's going to be anything there at all, which I don't think there should be, that needs the 5-foot clearance. On the Hudson Street side, again, on the far right, they show an apartment entrance without the required 5-foot clearance. They're showing the sidewalk as 23 feet. 2 doors down at the pizza place, they're showing it as 19.5. I don't know which it is. They do need to have a 10-foot clearance, which I do not think is going to leave room for as many tables as they have within the barrier. You need the serving lane, and you also need people to be able to maneuver. If I come in my wheelchair and my only entrance is down at the corner and we have all these tables jammed in, I really don't know how far at all I'm going to be able to get. You're going to limit me to just one little table at the end. If somebody's there, I'm out of luck. And I don't understand what's on the sidewalk there that has a 3-foot clearance is. I apologize, with the weather, I did not get a chance to go up and take a look at it. Anyway, I think there's too many tables shown, and I don't think they have proper service aisle, and I don't think there should be anything on 11th Street. Thank you.
Thanks. Augustine?
See what he has to say.
Augustine?
He's on mute.
Is Augustine on?
Yeah, Augustine,
hi.
you're muted. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oops. I did a run out for food and you came right up. Give me a second and my breath back. This is a very good meeting with community meeting about, I don't know, 8 or 10 of us. Met with Aiton Sugarman back in April, and we discussed the outdoors and said they really needed to get into compliance. That their drawings, at least on the Hudson Street side, showed how to do it. And the lawyer was there and he agreed that they would do it. And of course, they've done nothing. It's still out of compliance. They don't have the 10-foot. I've got the exact, I did the measurements today. 1 second. You may have them already. So basically, they've got between 7 and 8 foot clearance. In most places, it needs to be 10 foot. On 11th Street, I would like to point out that the sidewalk there, they've indicated on the drawing that it's 12 feet. It's not, according to my measurement and to the Barrow President's map measurement, it's 11 feet. So they really don't have room for sidewalk cafe there. They've already, I believe, applied for roadway, so I'm not understanding the need for that. I think that should just be got rid of. That's about it. I hope we could get them to get into compliance because they're just a forever problem. And I thought we were making progress and we've made no progress at all with them. Thank you.
Thanks. Augustine, you said you had a measurement that was different from what was on the site plan. Can you identify that one more time for me?
All right. Hang on, I gotta try and pull up the right.
What he had indicated was on the left of the diagram. That you're looking at
11th Street?
Where it says sidewalk width 12 feet. Augustine said that there was a different measurement of 11 feet.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly right. And if you look up the Borough President's map, it says the same thing too. It's an 11-foot sidewalk. So you've got an 8-foot clear path and a 3-foot ADA compliant service aisle. You've got 0 inches for tables.
Thank you. Right, so the sidewalk width on 11th Street is actually 11 feet, is verified in 2 different ways. And then since it's an 11-foot sidewalk on 11th Street, I'm just trying to make sense of this. And a 4-foot.
If I can help.
A sidewalk cafe width of 4 feet as proposed on 11th Street would not work to meet the 8-foot clear path because now the clear path is only 7 feet. So 3 feet, which is the minimum to be ADA compliant. Got it. Okay.
If I can assist on this point.
We're not ready yet. We'll just 1 second. We'll ask for you to introduce yourselves. It'll be grand. Just let me get this really quickly, then we'll go to you. We may go to you in just a second. I'm just trying to make sense of this. So thanks. So that's what we've got, Augustine, on that. And that was the only measurement that you were saying is inaccurate on here. To what? Okay.
Yeah. On Hudson Street, I mean, as was discussed in the meeting with A10, the architect's drawing is fine. I mean, that's exactly how it should be. But they haven't done it. So I'm not sure where we stand with this.
So what you're saying that you had this meeting earlier this spring with A10 Sugarman, and you were promised that this site plan that's in the application package is what would be used now, and it's not.
Correct.
Okay, and so when you say it's not being used, I'm gonna just share my screen just so I can understand, and then we'll get to the applicant to respond to some of this to the committee. So are you saying that, you know, I think this is a live drawing, so I can't do my little highlighter thing. Okay, no worries, I'm gonna not share then.
I'm just saying that those clear paths, those indications of 10-foot clear path are proper and would be correct if they had executed that way, but they haven't.
Got it.
They're
Okay.
about 2 feet too close to the curb.
So this, are you saying that the perimeter goes like right here where the whole thing is within this?
It's like they've moved the whole thing up by a couple of feet.
Okay.
Following that curvature sort of, but.
Yeah.
What Augustine is saying
okay.
is that it's too
okay.
close to the curb.
I know, that's
I mean, I
why.
just know from walking, I
Right.
haven't measured anything or done anything, but they are doing the curvature, they're angling everything.
No, I know, that's what's so tough about these the curvature, and I understand, right, trying to find a way to make it work so that we can get the maximum use of the space. But again, it all relies on like human bias every day, making that decision to do this, you know, to have your staff do that. So, all right. So I think that's all on the public testimony, and then we'll go to the applicant. And
well, can I make one more point?
Yes.
As drawn with all those tables packed in there, while the measurements of the Sidewalk Cafe would be perfectly acceptable, there's no way that you could access those tables that are packed in there. So there'd have to be fewer tables.
It seems not, this is the arrow I won't see, right? It seems not clear how one accesses back here or even how the access here. So, but okay, great. Thanks, Augustine.
Yeah,
So
no problem.
any questions for Augustine or Nancy from the committee? Okay, so I see Joseph Levy, the name on here. So I see two people, so can you each introduce yourselves, and you can address the comments, any of the public comments you heard, but please direct your conversation to us.
Sure. I'm Joseph Levy. I'm the attorney of record for this project. Eitan Sugarman, principal, here next to me. Figured it was easier for us both to be here together. You have one to look at. When I jumped in before, it wasn't, you know, in an effort to argue or interrupt. It was just to clarify the fact that at our April meeting with the liquor license subcommittee, as part of the overall conversation about outdoor seating, we did agree with the subcommittee and with Augustine as well that we would get rid of the sidewalk seating on the side street. So this diagram has since been updated, and there is no sidewalk seating on the side street.
Got it. So that is, and again, that's not on you guys. It sounds like it's been updated, but DOT, when they referred it to us, I mean, look at what a waste of time that entire conversation was. So now I see why you were wanting to interrupt there. But again, this is what was sent to us. So that is, again, super frustrating, right? That they're not sending accurate, updated plans, because this is all that we have before us right now. So we would definitely want a site plan that shows that to be sent to us, to the office, to Florence, who's your point of contact. And then we'll address the other items. Now, I'm going to share my screen one more time. And again, I usually don't present, as you've heard me say, probably on other applications. And thank you so much for your patience in waiting to get to the turn. Has the north arrow been corrected? I have to ask, right? I mean, it's saying that north is looking towards One World Trade Center.
I honestly couldn't tell you. I know that the diagrams had been updated to remove the seating on the side street.
Okay.
And I know that was sent in.
I'm not wrong, right? And it is, you know, it is an unusual perspective in that it's like I'm sitting inside looking out. So I had to like adjust, and this is not a critique, it's more just, I look at a lot of these, so I'm just trying to reorient myself with the street and then from the inside view, which is very detailed. So thank you for the detail. So we could get the north arrow. Thank you for having it. Sometimes people don't put it on, and that's a whole other, you can even imagine.
Yeah.
Frustration. Then we start talking about the left side of the plan, and that gets all confusing. So if we could have a site plan that has this removed, right? Because that's what you said you agreed upon.
Yep.
Great.
That may have already been sent to the board office, but if it hasn't, I'll make sure it gets there.
It hasn't. So it hasn't. I would have received it by now. So what I'm saying is that this plan. Oh, okay. Okay. So.
Yeah, it's all.
So I got it.
No,
A second. We're not getting to that yet. So. Okay, so this is just what was in the DOT package. Like, I can't go cross-reference, even though like you guys clearly know the two SLA people here, and then we have Brian Pape, who's also on SLA as well. But it's a lot of paperwork, as you can imagine. So if we can have that, so is that plan updated? Yeah. Okay. We just don't like. We just need to have it for. We need to have this for.
What's the response on what's?
We haven't gotten to that yet. We're just trying to clear. I'm trying to clear up the north arrow, and the 11th Street is gone. So the sidewalk seating on 11th Street is gone. What's happening on 11th Street now? I haven't gone by.
There's no seating, nothing set up.
Okay, cool. Just asking.
Yep.
Okay. So now let's talk about Hudson Street. So. Do you want to address any of the feedback you heard there?
Yes. So I'm sorry to hear that things are creeping, because we made a concerted effort to bring things closer to the frontage to be within where they should be. As you heard Augustine say, the seat count, the measurements, they are accurate as long as the orientation is actually set up the way it's supposed to. Originally, it was not. They actually got rid of a couple tables and chairs to ensure that the numbers comply with the diagram, but it seems like there is some creeping there. So I've talked to Eitan about it. He's going to have to talk to his staff and make sure when it's set up, we go back to using the chalk and the tape that was originally set up to ensure that we were staying within those lines, because you know, sometimes it's hard to tell. You're not going to take out a measuring tape every time. So originally they had chalk, then they had tape. So I guess they need to bring that back if it's not in compliance. Their motivation is certainly to be in compliance.
Of course, right? It is, we're economically incentivized, right? At the staff level to be able to ensure you have as many tables as possible. But again, you see kind of how when we get into these curvatures, and like I understand, and you guys can scroll the chat and see what's happening there. I think it's going, you're a panelist, so you can see that as well.
Yeah, so we'll just have to make sure that the measurements are correct and they stay within the perimeter. We understand.
Okay, got it. Yeah. So it's great to know that you have a system to address, because like I said, I see a lot of these, and it's with the curvature, and I'm sure you do too, Joseph, your other clients, right? When you start to get in that curvature, it starts to become a human decision, right? Made on a daily basis by a staff member who maybe is not as familiar or hasn't been delegated to like the importance or the specifics or whatnot. So great to know that you have a system. Is there any other comments from the committee?
Where did you send the updated plans to DOT? I don't see them in my SLA files. So did you send them to us and they just didn't make them into our files, or did they go to DOT, or
Matt from my office was handling all the correspondence back and forth, and he's no longer in the office, so I can't ask him live, but I will find out and we'll make sure we close the loop.
Okay, because I don't see them in my, I know we discussed that I have the stipulations that say it was removed. I'm just not seeing updated drawings. Doesn't mean we didn't get them. But I was also just wondering, because if this is what DOT is referring us for this is what we're evaluating.
Yeah, we have certainly communicated with them, but I'll get you all the details on with whom when I talk to Matt tomorrow.
Yeah, Matt, he's one who's usually on me. So Joseph, is this your outdoor dining working group for CB2 debut? Possibly?
It might be.
No, I don't know. I don't know if it's, well,
No,
not
you've
for us.
You've
I
been
don't.
here before.
Okay, you've been here. Oh, maybe you weren't, maybe you weren't speaking on behalf of an applicant, maybe.
Just quickly,
Go ahead.
on Hudson Street, all these, there's no issues, correct? The measurements, that just, did anybody raise?
No,
with the
Augusta,
plans?
I guess the only thing is they're the 5 feet from, there's a building entrance, I think, somewhere.
Oh, yeah, can we talk about that?
Okay, so,
Yes,
so
please.
just to clarify, so that's the only issue, the plans otherwise are correct.
Well,
So that's
I was gonna ask either Augustine or somebody else, because the borough president map says 20 feet, but on the plan it says 23 and change.
I believe,
What does the sidewalk cafe plan say for the historical? Because that would supersede the borough president. plan. Yeah, can someone pull up the historic?
The sidewalk cafe has 19.8,
This says what, 20, I can't read it.
23.3, I think.
So what happened? We're looking at your old plan.
Thanks for reminding.
That's 233 inches they've shown on the, on
Oh,
the
guys,
plan.
what's up with the 233 inches?
I didn't draw the diagrams.
Like, come on. I mean, I'm an economist by trade, but
That's pretty bad.
hold on. Now I have to like do the math. Let me just pull up my calculator because.
That's 19 is close enough.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's 19.41. Okay. So you see how like stuff like that is kind of like that, just like.
okay, so the building, the apartment
Okay.
entrance?
So now let's go to the apartment entrance. So thanks for talking that through with us. I didn't see that either. Okay, so we got to go in 5 feet here because, and I think this is a live drawing, right? So I can't do my little highlight. Yeah. All right. It's probably like straight from CAD, which I don't dabble in, but it's a live drawing, which is why I can't in Adobe. So we got to go in 5 feet from the apartment entrance. That's not us being subjective. It's what's in the rules for the primary. This is the primary building entrance. Is like the main egress for this apartment building, for the apartments in this building. So you just need to show, like, assuming since this was, I assume, drawn by an architect or drawn by someone where it's the measurements, like this probably is not 5 feet. Because this is 9 feet.
It's something I'll have to look at.
Yeah, so you're probably gonna have to go in. You might lose this row of tables.
All right, we'll look at it. I'll
look at it, yeah.
Call tomorrow.
Yeah, so that's what we would want in an updated site plan are those 3 things we talked about, which is showing the 5-foot clearance, like marking it 5 feet. And then whatever you have to do, I'm not going to design that for you, but whatever you need to do to have the 5-foot clearance there.
Yep.
Then the north arrow corrected.
Yep.
The other direction, and then since you said this is not part of the application, to show so that it's accurate of what you're applying for, which is on Hudson Street.
Copy.
Right? Okay. Any other questions or comments for us on number 14? We still have one more to go, you guys, on this. Huh? Okay. Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing on number 14, and now we're going to go to number 15. So Joseph and Eton, let me see what the public testimony is for number 15. So now we're going to White Horse Hospitality LLC, DBA Made in New York Pizza at 561 Hudson Street for a sidewalk cafe. Since we have you raised already up here, since we saw that there was a discrepancy in the plan of this, why don't we save ourselves just the talking time so I can pull up that application and we can just make sure that we're you and your client are aligned with what we received from the community board, and that way the public testimony is can make sure that we address. That makes sense? Can someone pull it up, or I don't have it right away. The Made in New York Pizza. So Nancy, I know you want to testify on Made in New York. Augustine, you want to testify on Made in New York as well? Is it best?
Not necessarily, maybe, depending on what's said.
Well, okay, so Let me just pull it up then. Found it here. Okay, I got it. So give me 1 second to share my screen one more time, and let's just make sure we're aligned on the plan. And then maybe we'll shave a few minutes off. Okay, so is this what you expected it to be? This is what we received. Yes? Okay, sorry, I can't, I'm looking 5 different places. So you're saying, yes, Joseph, this is.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was muted because I
Yeah.
thought you were going to public testimony, but yes, that is the diagram that I have.
Okay, great. Okay, so we'll come back to you guys in just a second. Nancy, the floor is yours.
Very quickly, I'm just seeing a notation there on the left that there's an apartment entrance. I don't really see where it is.
Yeah.
Wherever it is, it needs a 5-foot clearance. The rest of it looks kosher to me.
Okay.
And now that we've clarified that it is a 19-foot or 19 and a half all the way along.
Oh, yeah, there we go, right there, right, yeah, now that makes sense. Okay, all right, anyone else here wants to testify on agenda item 15, White Horse Hospitality LLC DBA Made in New York Pizza? I'm not seeing any hands raised. I can't see the hands raised when I shared, so I don't see any hands raised. Okay, so the committee.
According to the note, yeah, there's a primary building entrance on both sides, according to the notes that we have. So we need the 5-foot clearance. Stella had indicated that if you're willing to put a table on top of the cellar door, there might be more room on that side because the space between the storefront and the primary building entrance is a bit wider. So that might be something you want to look at if you don't have to use that cellar door and lock it.
And, Joseph, as I'm sure you know, the appropriate form or whatever filed if you guys do go that route. So again, we're not here to design it, but you just kind of heard the feedback. So if you want to address any of that,
Sure. I'm going to have to go back to the individual who did the measurements and get exactly what the measurements are and make sure we're clear. And if it's feasible to put something on that cellar door, I think that's certainly a good suggestion, and I'm looking to doing that.
Okay, yeah, so if you can just show wherever it lands, whatever you and your client feel is best, to be able to make something there work while adhering to those 5 feet. Again, this is the West Village. This is why the one size fits all is not ideal, because there are so many, I'm sure, clients of yours and other operators in general where it's a tough to meet.
Yep.
So, okay, so you're going to take a look at that, and anything that you have updated to share for us to consider while we're in this 40-day evaluation period or advisory opinion period, that would be helpful so we can move forward.
Great, we'll get that to the board office as soon as possible.
Okay, any questions or other comments you'd like to make to us before we close out this public hearing on this agenda item?
Nothing from us.
Okay, thanks so much. Appreciate your patience.
Take care.
Thanks. Okay.
Thank you guys for coming.
Thank you. So that's we just did 14. We're just closing the public hearing on 15, and we already did 16. I do know that there is someone who someone wants to testify on number 11, which we heard already. So we reopen that in a second, but I want to get to number 17, which is LPH1 LLC DBA Nami Nori at 33 Carmine Street for a sidewalk cafe. And I believe the applicant is here, so if you could raise your hand, they might not be here anymore, I'm not sure. Okay, great. Okay, so Lisa, we're gonna ask you to join as a panelist. You're welcome to turn your camera on or keep it off. Okay, great. Hi, how are you? Thanks so much for your patience.
You're muted, Lisa.
Thanks.
We'll have you introduce yourself in just a minute. Let me just see if there's anyone here to testify on number 17 from the public, then we'll go to you. So is there anyone here to testify on nominee
Leslie Clark.
Okay, great. So Leslie.
Yes, thank you. You have my email and you have the email that was sent by, and the comments that were sent by Maria Paris, who is the next door neighbor in this location. This place does not provide the required 10-foot pedestrian clear path. They do not now have 5 feet from the residential doorway. Even their drawing shows that they have not indicated that they need to be 5 feet away from the residential doorway. And I'm also told by Maria Paris, who cannot be here tonight, but who is a near neighbor, that the chairs and tables are at this point being dragged out in a different configuration every day. So this particular drawing does not really show what they're doing now. It certainly does not show that there's any indication that they are right next to a residential doorway.
Okay.
We sent photographs and we have also sent comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and I don't think there's anyone else here to testify on this one. So, Lisa, if you would like to address any of that, you can direct your comments to us. Please introduce yourself, of course.
Hi, I'm Lisa Lim. I'm one of the partners of Naminori. We've been at that location since 2019. So going on 6 years now at the location. We understand that, there have been some issues with the sidewalk tables. There is right now, right next to us, a giant scaffold that has been a bit of a problematic situation for us with debris and all kinds of things flying off of there. So I do understand from the manager that the tables have gotten moved around here and there, trying to address some of those issues that we have. But our plan is absolutely to stick to this layout that we have here. This was submitted in August, so it's almost been a year ago now.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
What has that been like for you to have to wait?
It's been very challenging. So we really haven't been able to come up with any kind of solid plan of what we're going to do or purchase new furniture, and all of those things, because if in the event that something doesn't go as we planned, then, didn't want to incur the costs of that. It's a small restaurant. It's 38 seats. These additional 6 seats, actually, it's, almost then a fifth of the restaurant itself, or whatever it is, percentage wise, it's significant in terms of the number of seats that we are able to have. So yeah, but of course want to do everything within the rules. So that 5 foot rule didn't exist when we sent in this application in August. Obviously we would have.
It did. So because the rules were already published. So, so it's, I don't know when DOT started communicating with you on the application or not. But those have been in the rules since they were signed into law by the mayor, in 2023, like August of 2023, and then the application portal opened in March. And then, gosh, I can't believe that it's taken you, not taking you personally, but it's taken the agency from August to June, because you've had other applicants that applied, in March that got referred to us? It must be incredibly frustrating. So let's talk through some of this. So I know on your plan, I see that there's 3 tables, you mentioned 6 seats, and I see that you're not placing them on the street hatch. And yeah, I see you're not placing them on this, on the, I mean, that's like a basement thing, right? Cellar door, right? Okay, sorry, I was like, okay, so we got some feedback and photographs sent in that were just taken, you know, Leslie was referring to, that another neighbor was referring to. So, and I think I forwarded them to the committee. Did you guys get them? I'm gonna just. Yes. Okay, so I just want to make sense of, that way we can figure out what we're talking about. So I guess I have to download them to show them on the screen.
So what are we talking about? Just that they're not
photos. Well, so, and then
you need the 5 feet from the building entrance.
Yeah, so that's, so it's gotta, yeah.
So move that over one of the, you know, up to you if you want to try to, if you want to do the secure thing on your sidewalk.
I think I'm gonna download
opening.
Yeah, I think I'm going to download, because I think what was sent to me is PDF. So if I download them, then we can talk about them on screen with the site plan. So if you can just give me a second, are there other questions or comments that we can, God, these, like the heat and these gnats. It's just taking a second, Lisa, so just bear with me. We just want to get this all cleared up so that way we want to find a path to see if we can move forward. So is there on the site plan, because again, I'm trying to maneuver through different files, is there a perimeter indicated on there, right?
No.
What's your perimeter? Can you tell us about how you're demarcating the perimeter right now?
We are waiting for a stanchion, just basically like a ribbon retractable stanchion.
And so on the drawing, it looks like, how are you serving the tables? Because on the drawing, it looks like the perimeter goes right next to your restaurant entrance. And so it looks like from this drawing that you're walking, your servers are walking out of the restaurant entrance and around the perimeter and onto the street hatch to serve that way. Are you looking?
That's correct, yeah.
So they have to serve from within the sidewalk cafe. In other words, the clear path of the sidewalk is not for them to be getting to and from your restaurant with all the food they're bringing and everything else. All that has to happen within your sidewalk cafe. So you need to adjust it somehow that they can, I mean, you've got 5 feet 4 inches. I don't know if you turn tables or what you do. It's certainly wide enough to have enough of a clear path in there and not have the perimeter marking right next to your restaurant entrance. So that people enter and exit the sidewalk cafe from your restaurant entrance. And really the perimeter should go across the hatch because they shouldn't really be entering the sidewalk area and that street hatch, which looks like is where everything is coming out of and going into the sidewalk cafe, while the service is supposed to happen from within the sidewalk cafe.
I'm now almost ready to share my screen. I'm trying to find the site plan. Did I download that? So. Sorry, I had to download these photos, put them into a PDF. Huh?
Go ahead.
Now let me see if I can combine. Oh, I see now. Oh, wrong one. Okay, there we go. Okay, so now. I think I did it. Okay, I'm ready to share my screen. Okay. So. Perfect. Okay, now I have the site plan and I have photos. So let me go to my Zoom and share my screen, and now we can talk to the same thing. Okay, so this is what's proposed, right? Right, we've got the table here, and we have seats for people facing this way, and then they're facing another way on this one, right? So this is what was sent in. I kind of want to get a far away shot. So this is the cellar door that we're talking about, right? So there's a table here and a table here, which is kind of what, I guess like I'm trying to make sense of, here's the doorway. And maybe what I do is I think I need to turn this around so that we're looking at all the same perspective, right? So if I do this, right? The entrance is here on the left, right? Is that? Mm-hmm. And then this is not the entrance to your restaurant.
That's the building entrance.
That's the building entrance. Okay, so that's this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so then we have the two here. And then we have one table. So the tables are perpendicular right now, but it's still 3 tables that are currently out, or I guess like I'm trying to understand. I understand this was sent back in August. So is this changed as to how the configuration is? Because what I'm
No, this is what I don't know if you can see it from here, but we've been having issues with the building to the left, if you're looking in that view.
Oh, okay.
With
this
scaffolding, the other one on the other side, actually.
Okay.
There's construction happening there, and
that's what this is.
I guess you can see part of it, yeah. So we've had a lot of issues with debris.
Okay. I see this, right? And I'm just sorry, but can we just deal with the diagram? Because
I know, okay.
Yeah,
but that's what people are complaining about. Okay. All right, is there any other, is there any other comments on this or questions? Is there a pathway to an approval?
Yes, I think what we need to do is just have.
Well, I've been asking for people to give comments.
I said it, Valerie, I said it. So there needs to be 5 feet from the restaurant entrance. So that has to be indicated on the plan. If you want to, whatever you call it, get the form that says that you can bolt up your street hatch to carry the weight, putting tables on top of that. That's an option. You can turn tables. So that's one thing. And then you can't go out to, like I said before, you can't go out to the sidewalk to serve. Your servers cannot use the public clear path to bring food back and forth. That's not your restaurant area, that is the public sidewalk. So they need to get the food to these tables through your sidewalk cafe, not through the public clear path. So however you arrange your perimeter, open it by the restaurant, turn that table one way, and it's yeah. This is the building. This is right, but they've got a perimeter here, so nobody gets. She's got the people coming this way. So you can turn, arrange it differently to make it work. It somehow you might have to lose a table and turn another table, so it's only 2 tables outside pushed over. But yeah, those are my comments.
you gotta come in 5 feet, whatever this is. I'm not drawing this to scale, but whatever, you know, if, I mean, the scale here, I guess, would be as if this, right? If that's, I don't even know what 5 feet looks like, but.
And have you had an opportunity to check out whether it's reasonable to reinforce the hatch?
It's in use.
No, but
We get deliveries in and out of there.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that you can't use it. It just has to be designed in a particular way that with some reinforcement underneath so it can handle the weight. And I don't know enough about that, but it's definitely something that would make a difference. You should just look up what those requirements are. It doesn't mean you can't use it.
Mm-hmm.
It's just has to be reinforced in such a way that when it's closed, it's structurally strong. So it doesn't flex, because a lot of those are just one sheet, right? With a little framing or a latch or whatever welded on, but they can be, there is a way to do it. So that would give you a little bit more flexibility in your design. So that if you, for example, that table all the way on the right, if that was, yeah, if that was parallel to the building, you would suddenly be able to have full access to your sidewalk cafe, for example, because you can put a table onto the hatch. Something worth looking at, because it would solve some of the issues. Yeah, the access problem.
All right, so this is 4 feet, right? And 5 feet probably what, like something like that.
And it'll also give you a little flex to move those other tables, whatever.
Maybe even get
distance that
2
you might
tables
need.
that way if you try to introduce the hatch.
Right, so we know that what's the scale on this drawing, that this is 4 feet. So you're gonna have, so that's not 5 feet, but 5 feet's gonna be a little bit more, so it's gotta be cleared. The perimeter of the cafe, this needs to move, this is 4 feet, so whatever 5 feet ends up being, like maybe it's this, we know that this is 4 feet from this here that I took. So, you know, 5 feet's probably just a little bit more, so this perimeter here needs to come in here to be 5 feet from the building entrance. So if you can find a way to see what works within that space, if the hatch can be reinforced or not, that if that's something you want to explore to be able to have more than one table, because these 2 tables as is don't meet the primary building entrance requirement, which is in the dining out NYC rules.
Who's the body that would have jurisdiction over what that street hatch reinforcement needs to be?
I will put in the, I'll put in the form, a link to it that you can just see. It's in the dining out NYC. If you search for basement, it will come up.
So I think it's a form you have signed, like someone has, like an engineer, like a licensed engineer has to, it says it all on there. I don't have it memorized, so you can take a look at what's there.
Well, the cellar or basement door certification. I just put the link
in the chat. And then you would submit that to DOT. Yeah, so if you can find a way to make that work, you know, we have only so many days to hear this, or to send back our feedback on this application. So I think if you can, you know, explore that, and we'll, if you can get us that answer as to what you're going to do within, you know, the next 2 weeks, we can then, with, you know, whatever your site plan is amended, if you're showing the 5-foot clearance from the building entrance in your reconfigured sidewalk cafe, then we could get to an approval with modifications, and it would be less time in the process.
So just for clarification on the form, when it says that the cellar basement door is closed and reinforced and it's not a means of egress, some basement doors are an emergency egress. So if you already have other ways, it's not an emergency.
Mhm.
So it doesn't
It's
count.
not.
And it can be reinforced and closed while it's in operation. It doesn't have to be permanently reinforced and closed. So whatever the requirements are, you can look them up in the rules of the city of New York. It outlines whatever that chapter is, and that'll give you some more indication on that. And it's, yeah, I believe it's probably be an architect who would sign this, and then they put their stamp in there or seal.
Do I need to submit that signed stamped drawing to you within 2 weeks? Is that what you're
Oh, it's
saying?
not the drawing. I mean, this is for you. If you can get this, then you can put seating on top of the hatch.
Yeah.
So you can modify your plans with DOT. So then that would get you to where you want to be, is if you have this to submit to DOT, because your plans would indicate that you can have the sidewalk seating placed on the hatch.
Mhm.
So,
In terms of what I need to submit back to you within the next 2 weeks.
It would be the
Is it
updated site, it would be the updated site plan. So if you can give us an updated site plan that shows that you're meeting the 5-foot primary building entrance and how you intend to site the cafe meeting that, that's all that we need. It's just, in order for you to continue moving through the DOT process, you're gonna have to have that form with that. Does that make sense? So.
Yep.
Right? So we don't see the cellar basement, it's just, it'll cost you more down the line with them, it'll put a hold on it, right? Because even though if you're like, great, I intend to do this, you're still gonna have to have it, you know, like we are not gonna verify that, we just ask if it's done, you know, that's it. Just say that you will submit it to them, right? Okay.
And the other thing is if when you do all this and you come for your liquor license, because you'll have to do the alteration on that, you also have stipulations in place that you will not have any outside seating. So you're going to have to file a change in method of operation at the same time. I'm just letting you know, not everybody knows that. So just make sure both boxes are checked off on the form so we don't have to go back and forth with that.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. Any other
Got it.
questions or comments? Lisa?
I'm not sure if you have the answer to this, but once you're done with this process and I submit the updated plan, what would be the next step of that?
So once we get that data plan, we'll give our feedback to DOT that says approve with modifications. And we have the plan that we'll submit with our comments. And then that all goes as is. So then you wouldn't have to have an extra 30 days to have it called up to a DOT public hearing. And you also wouldn't have to spend to put an ad to advertise that public hearing. So then it's kind of where DOT is in the process. I don't know, right? So it would then finish going through their process, which is going through them, and then eventually it ends up on the controller's desk, because that's where all these go, and then you get issued the license. If you look on, there's conditional approvals that are now published on the site, as you see for sidewalk cafes. That's a new thing, so you can see, I guess I just don't know what that timeline is from when it leaves us to then when it would make that conditional approval list. And then if you look at the map of licenses issued for sidewalk cafes or roadway cafes, you can click on the apply button. It's like the way you would log into the portal, right? You see that map. So there's been 9, I think, in CB2 the last time I checked, that have received full licenses, which is wild. But there's several hundreds on the conditional approval for sidewalk cafe and roadway. So it's a much longer process in this new program. I used to have the average of how many days it took for an application to get referred to us, because I would take people's application date, and then once we heard it here, and it's in the hundreds, as you can imagine, and you're, you know, one of those. So, and not by your own fault, by just how they decided to allocate the resources on this. So that's it. That's all I can answer on that, because I just really don't know. So to like check on an update of your application, it's best to go with the representative who you're talking with at DOT.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks, Lisa.
This is very helpful.
All right.
Thanks for your help.
Yep. All right. So I'm going to close the public hearing on number 17. Before I get to 18, 19, and 20, I want to quickly reopen up number 11. We had public testimony that didn't get from Darlene Lutz. So Darlene, I don't know if you're on.
I copied it over into the comments.
Oh.
Already, by the way.
Darlene is on.
Darlene's comments from
number 11?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So does she not need to speak?
She is on, so if you want her to speak, she can speak.
Okay, she says this can be read into the record. 2 rows of 5, 2 tops, and 18.6 feet is not realistic. There is room for 4 2 tops, especially on this heavily traveled main drag of Soho. I mean, my question on number 11 is it doesn't look like 21 feet. We can talk about that in business session. So, okay, so that was read into the record. I'm going to close the public hearing on number 11. And number 18, Major Doe Soho, 463, DBA Siddell's at 463 Broadway for a sidewalk cafe. I don't know if we have anyone from the applicant here. I don't think we do. So, okay, does anyone want to testify on this application? No. Please raise your hand. Okay, no, I'm going to move that to business session. Next, we're going to go to number 19, Sorelli Inc., DBA Mole at 57 Jane Street for a sidewalk cafe. Do we have anyone here to testify on that application? Please raise your hand. I don't see an applicant online, so there's no applicant here. Okay, we see someone right there. So Augustine?
Yeah, hi. The setup as proposed is on Hudson Street, looks correct. Though the current setup should be in compliance and therefore should meet that that design. Right now, it isn't. On Jane Street, there's no way that you can serve those tables. There's no service aisle, so I don't think that's going to be a feasible place to have seating.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. Anyone else on this application? The committee want to ask Augustine any questions or want to discuss this now or move it to business session?
Yep.
Move it to business session. I'm going to close the public hearing on number 19. So now we're going to go to number 20, the Mercer 1 LLC, DBA Sartianas at 147 Mercer Street for a sidewalk cafe. And Pete Davies is who I'm going to call on to testify. I don't see anyone from the applicant. I'll have the applicant here.
Hi. Yeah. So I know there is a portion of their property. They are doing the sidewalk cafe that is within their property line. But that does not take in, they still have to have the delineated space. They cannot use the public sidewalk for bringing food to the serving area. So even if 90% of the space where they're going to put up tables and chairs outside is within their property line, access to that space is not. At least it doesn't seem it could be. I don't see on their diagram for their site plan that they include the space delineators, the barriers. So and the reason
It does have the barriers on there.
pardon me,
The barriers are indicated.
they are?
Yeah, it's very hard to see, but there's one barrier. Yeah, there's one barrier, but that's a good.
So you come out the service door in the middle, and you make a right or a left, but then you'd be blocked by a table. You can't get to the far tables on either end because there is no service lane that goes all the way across. You have to exit the service area onto the public sidewalk.
Are you talking about on Mercer Street?
So what you're saying is that in the 1 foot 10 inches that's remaining, there's already a table and 2 chairs. And as a result, the service.
I have a very difficult time reading their measurements on this screen. So you say 1 foot 10 inches, I'm not sure where that is.
That is the service door that you were talking about.
Okay.
Noted to the left and the right of the service door that the width is 1 foot 10 inches.
Okay.
Between the building line and where you get to the end of the 10-foot clear path.
The dotted line is the property line.
Correct.
So even if they have that 1 foot 10 inches and the server comes out that door, moves to the right to serve that foretop.
You can't get to the other table.
Well, interestingly enough, what you
that area to serve the next table.
Right. Well, it's interesting because what you're bringing up is they actually need the sidewalk license only to get
To any of the tables.
to get the pathway to them. You can't actually use it.
Right, to accommodate the required service aisle, it has to move into the public sidewalk.
Right.
If they can do everything within their property line because of the indentations of this building, then I would say yes, but I don't see how they can do that. And because this intersection with Finelli's on one corner, this on another corner, and then Lure on a third corner where I don't know that we've even addressed that, but they all have different configurations that require use of the public sidewalk in order to have outdoor dining. And I think we need to be fair and apply whatever rule applies to each of the different establishments. And that's why I'm raising this. I don't even see on Prince Street, perhaps they could come out that main entrance and just do a quick turn to the right and serve that one foretop, or make a quick turn to the left and serve the other foretop without crossing the line into the public sidewalk.
With that one, Pete, I would say the problem is not the service to it, but anybody accessing once you put that perimeter on there. Or do they need the perimeter? Because,
do they have the gelato stand on here? Isn't there like a gelato stand that's out there regularly?
They have a gelato stand. I don't know.
yeah, they have a little gelato cart in the corner, apparently.
Is the sidewalk really that big?
Well, it's a global sidewalk.
No, I know that, but I'm saying, like, is it really
Which part?
on Prince? Like, is the sidewalk really that big? Is there stating? Because it looks like there's like so much space, but I don't remember there being a lot of space when I walked by. Was there a sidewalk cafe here prior or no?
You know, it's a deceptive sidewalk because the impression visually when you're walking down the sidewalk, because of the big raised staircases and the indentations,
Is what? That it's 12 total?
Yeah, I mean, that's not, I mean.
It's not that big actually, but yeah.
But that there's 12,
Yeah, it's 12 feet, but that's fine, so.
no,
but
it's
they-
not, because the 12 feet is the clear path needed.
Yeah, but they don't have anything in it, so it doesn't matter. It's within private property. Everything on that
Oh.
side, so it doesn't matter.
So then why is a
The only
revocable
issue that
consent
we have
needed?
is, well, because for the portion that's on Mercer, in order for them service aisle to have the tables, but even the service aisle, it's just not realistic. Basically, it looks like here that you could approve, right? You could approve the application without tables and chairs, simply to get that 1'10" service aisle to access the building indentations.
And even with the way service happens there now, when a waiter comes out to serve those tables along Mercer, they tend to move towards the center of the sidewalk. So even, I mean, I think we've established that even if they were hugging the tables and chairs, would be in the public space, but the service people are not hugging. That entire stretch of sidewalk becomes part of the Mercer Hotel restaurant.
Okay. Anything else from that committee that needs clarifying? Pete, anything else?
No, I just wanted to make sure that we're paying fair attention to this situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Pete.
Okay, oh, I see, that's what the red line means. All right, that's done. Okay, thanks. And no other comments? Okay, so I'm gonna close the public hearing on this one. If anyone needs to go up and do anything, please do. So, we can just go through these. So now we're gonna go into the business session where it's just the committee discussion, and we'll just go through them one by one. Carter, you got here when we started with what application?
End of the first one, I think.
Yeah.
He wasn't here for the first one, were you?
Yeah.
Came in at the end of it.
Oh, because we took so long on that one. What happened? Okay, so number one, Kolkata Chai Cafe 2 LLC, Sidewalk Cafe. Sidewalk. So I think we had just a few things on there. Did we have a path to approval on this?
Yeah, I think that they just needed to label the primary business entrance, the 58 Kenmare, and indicate the 5-foot clearance.
Okay.
And I think.
Oh, and there's a bunch of check boxes.
Yeah, and then I think the issue is just that they're not, complying with so many issues.
Which one? Where are we?
The first one.
Okay.
Okay,
So they need to keep their seating out of the furnishing zone and everything else, but that's all we do.
Oh, right, okay, so.
Just the cafe lane to accommodate the clearance. Check the box.
Yeah, so I guess, so can we, so I guess we're calling it a conditional approval now to go with. So all those in favor for a conditional approval on Kolkata Chai Co.
Aye.
Aye. Brian, I don't know if Brian's voting on this or not. Just gonna put initials. I'll write the number 4 and then we'll just leave them. Okay, so next, Number 2, Cobra Caterers, Inc., DBA Hudson Hound, 575 Hudson Street, Sidewalk Cafe. I mean, we get the challenge of this bike rack that he had no control over that is impeding, but there's nothing really we can do right now.
And the 5 feet from the residential entrance.
So is there any path here to?
I mean, I think there's a path to have something, just not what he's presenting.
Okay.
I'm not sure what that is, but.
Okay,
he can
so.
certainly have something, he just needs to have that 10-foot clear path by the bike rack and everything else, and the 5 feet from the residential entrance.
And it's just another example, we're not examining the old program, the new program, and matching everything up. You have a very different situation in what was, previous.
Hey, Brian.
May not be as long as some of yours.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, that's so kind. So, Cobra Caterers, Hudson Hound, conditional approval. If they can make something work with a 10-foot clear path of 5 feet, and they may or may not take us up on that, and if, because this is all, optional for them to consider these modifications, then otherwise our conditional approval would turn to a denial. So all those in favor for a conditional approval, given that these items that we just mentioned can be met, aye.
Aye.
Okay, great. Okay, so next, West 4th and Barrow Street, the Spaniard. Is there a pathway to a compliant setup? We heard lots of testimony on this one.
Seems no room on Barrow Street for one.
Okay.
Agree with Brian.
We have that right in the notes, right? I'm making short notes, but I want to make sure. Yes?
Yes.
So remove sidewalk seating on Barrow Street. Was the testimony in favor on sidewalk seating on both streets? I don't remember.
Reduce on 4th is what I heard.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so remove sidewalk seating on Barrow, reduce on 4th. Do we know how to reduce, or why we're asking them to reduce? Did we make that clear in the notes?
There's no, it's because there's not enough space, right?
For the clear path? Okay, so.
Access into the.
Right, yeah.
Is it ADA compliant? Is that an issue? I just don't remember.
No.
Do they need to make this adjustment so they are ADA compliant?
It takes stuff out, but.
There's a path to being ADA compliant? Okay, so a conditional approval for the Spaniard, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so. Okay, so now, number 4, Prince Sullivan LLC DBA The Dutch at 131 Sullivan Street. There were some issues to be clarified. What do you mean, no? Is this a denial?
What's there?
Oh, that's right. Sorry. Hey, I don't have it memorized, so I'm just trying to get through this. So, okay, so all those in favor for a denial on The Dutch?
Aye.
All right, give me a second. But I'm trying to write everything down too.
Thank you.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Okay.
Denial. Okay, so next. For Box Hill LLC, DBA King, 18 King Street. Oh gosh, that was all over the place. That took forever to go through. What a waste of, not a waste of time.
So what's the plan
Yeah,
on
so
it
what's the
now?
plan? Yeah. Well, we need to get,
Some accurate diagrams.
Yeah.
That's the main.
Yeah.
so I think there's a path to an approval,
Yeah.
right? If we can get the accurate diagrams and agree that they're accurate. So I'm gonna say conditional approval if we get updated drawings that are accurate and answer the questions that were brought up. All those in favor for conditional approval?
Aye.
Aye, all right, great. So next, ASC Inc. DBA Nonna at 134 Mulberry Street. I believe we did not see a path to compliant setup, so all those in favor for denial since it's not ADA compliant? Aye. Okay. Aye, so all that is denial. Sidewalk. Okay, so next, Bar Giacosa Corp. DBA Il Pittino for a sidewalk cafe. There's a path to compliance, it sounds like, right? Because we talked about, well, then we need to get are we waiting on Robert to get back to us on the 270 versus 268, or we're not?
No.
Okay,
Nothing.
Nothing there.
So the two issues there are, one, the clearance from the residential door out, and if they removed table and 2 chairs on each side, would that be acceptable setup? I'm not sure if it would be ADA compliant, but it would be more realistic.
Yeah, on this one, I was also concerned if there was an actual like footprint that would work with the park and with the next door residential entry.
Was it possible to meet with a reduction of tables of some sort, or no?
It's, well, the clearance, the width says 5 feet, right? So assuming the residential entry maybe gives them a foot, that allows maybe for 2 feet. And then I don't know what the clearance is from the park, which would.
What's the current width of the cafe?
3.7.
They don't need to come in on the width, or they do need to come in on the
They
width?
probably need to come in on the width on the northwest corner. That would probably knock out 1 table. And then it's unclear whether they could have 2 tables or maybe 1 table from the residential entry.
Okay. All right, so a conditional approval, we can get something, okay? So all those in favor for conditional approval for Il Pittino?
With the reduction.
With the reductions? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, next, Tapestry Management DBA Semma. There were issues with this one, right? Like you didn't like this plan? Is that the one?
Oh, that was a different, that was another one on,
Oh, that was 16?
yeah, that was the other.
This one, the issue with this one, I think might be the adjacent property. Let me look at the notes and see.
So I was just walking here last weekend and I just remember there being like tons of tables and not like a lot of clear path around there. Like all of those restaurants around Semma kind of just had a bunch of stuff up until the cobblestones around the tree pit. It was
It's another adjacent.
very kind of difficult to navigate around that area.
Is there a pathway to compliance setup?
I think what Stella had in the questions to the left is business. There was no primary building entrance. The question was really with the 3 tables, is that realistic to have 3 tables in 5 feet of entrance?
No, because you can't get to them.
Can't get to the far side.
So
they need to remove a table on that, of the 3 bank, they need to remove one.
Okay, so conditional approval given those conditions? All those in favor? For Semma? Aye. Brian?
Aye.
Aye, okay. Next, we're gonna go to Anissa LLC DBA Figo Il Gelato, 189 Bleecker Street. I was just over there yesterday and I like saw the gelato sample thing, but I wasn't paying attention to if
I
there
mean,
were tables.
this, whatever the setup that they've shown us here, that's ridiculous.
I think it was a pretty good case of denial because the drawing that they showed us didn't comply with ADA. And
Well,
we haven't
could-
looked at this drawing.
Here's the thing, it could be, yeah, we haven't talked about this yet. We
Yeah.
skipped over it. The issue is they put, in one area, it's 2 feet wide, right, on McDougal Street. And has a 10-foot clear path, but they sort of have some mocked up seats, and it just, I don't even know what that means. It's.
So would the recommendation be to remove what's on McDougal Street?
No, with their box on McDougal Street that they have left according to their plan, it's 2 feet by 5 feet. So there could be, that is sufficient room for a table and 2 chairs, but there's no way, yeah, well, you can have it, you just can't. There's no, if it's just the table and 2 chairs and you have a barrier on the side, you can get to it.
It's really aggressive on seeing now in Bleecker. Or even on McDougal, it looks so much
what
wider.
I'm saying is that the boxes that they're creating are not completely unreasonable.
Mhm.
We've approved for the thing within this. The
But
point
also-
is that the way that they show their representative tables and chairs is way, not real.
Well, 13
So-
feet versus 10 feet, none of it makes sense.
No, but it's
fine.
It's way they put the tables and chairs on their plan.
Mhm.
The measurements are not. That's. If they had 2 two-tops on the left side of the Bleecker Street, looking at their diagram, and 2 two-tops on the right, and it's 3 foot in the 3 foot space, that's not unreasonable at all.
So what do we want them to do?
I mean,
Is there a pathway to a compliant setup on either street?
It's really tough to tell from this.
well, there is in the boxes, but they've given us,
Oh, the 5 feet's like, the whole thing's weird.
remember, dining out doesn't improve the tables and chairs. It
I know.
improve the box within which you can put the tables
Right.
and chairs. So,
Okay, so, I mean, this is the 10th or the 9th item, so how do we want to move on this so we can vote?
we left it to exec to discuss it, we didn't hear it and talk about it for 20 minutes, so now we're doing that. I want to just look at the historic plan to see what. I mean, the historic plan does show, that it's not. I think it shows that they can have a table and 2 chairs on McDougal. And on Bleecker, that it's not unreasonable to have 4 tables and 8 seats. Like the boxes are not unreasonable.
How do we want to communicate what we'd like them to do to be compliant?
Well, their diagram is compliant with the
Okay.
exception of the way they indicate the tables and chairs. are.
So could we vote as a conditional approval, or are we voting as and then how do we communicate what would turn that conditional approval into an approval with modifications?
But
I don't
again,
know if
I'm
there's-
saying, I don't think there's anything they need to modify.
Oh, okay, so then can we
It's just that the pictures of the tables and chairs is.
so we could approve
Maybe
it
just-
as seen?
Like that with tables and chairs such that there is a service aisle.
Right.
Yeah.
You don't want them to submit a changed site plan? I'm just asking. I don't know what we want them
Well,
to
did you
do.
look at the plan? mean,
Yeah, I did.
So what would you want them to change on the plan?
I don't know, that's what I'm asking this group.
That's why it said, I don't, the plan seems to be.
Do we just not want to give an opinion on this?
The boxes within which they've shown don't seem unreasonable.
Okay, then approve?
I don't
modification.
understand.
There
I
are,
see.
there are modifications on the notes, by the way. So in the
I
notes.
guess I don't know what I'm asking them to do.
There's clearances from bike rack, there's check furnishing boxes. I think there has to be a service aisle delineated, and I think those
So
are,
they do need to change the site plan is what I'm hearing.
and check off some boxes.
Okay, so conditional approval given on that.
Yeah.
Aye. Okay,
Oh, boy, that's a stretch, but okay.
It really is. But it seems like this wasn't moving anywhere. This wasn't going anywhere. And I'm trying not to belabor the issue, but I have nothing to communicate if I don't understand, so. Hero/Pearl Box, 357 West Broadway Sidewalk Cafe. I don't think it's 21 feet. I don't know.
I haven't even looked at this one.
I don't know how others feel, but I don't really know what the solution is because
Peasant? We're talking about Peasant or?
oh, I skipped it. Shit. Well, we're on number 11 now. Excuse my language.
So what are we on now?
We're on number 11, then we'll go back to 10. Sorry.
Well, we've got 5-foot clearance from the principal building entrance. So that's a modification that they would have to show.
Did we discuss that with Kenneth or no?
Yeah, we brought it up.
I just couldn't remember. Okay, so conditional approval, given that and whatever else is in the notes.
What were Darlene's comments on this again?
Can someone read it from the chat?
She just said, 2 rows of 5 two-tops in 18.6 feet is not realistic. There is room for 4 two-tops, especially on this heavily traveled main drag of Soho.
Yeah, I'd say, roughly 5 feet is per length, right? It's reasonable. I think that's accurate, but again, we're just doing the width and the length.
So what are you saying?
The box. What I think what Darlene was saying is that you really can only do 6 two-tops. Or actually, you could actually put in more, but it's at 8 feet, which is far more than you need for 2 two-tops. So it could be 3 vertical rows, right? Of like 3 tables or whatever. It's just the box is fine. It's just the tables and chairs are.
I also think this drawing is just kind of not to scale, and that's also confusing.
Yeah.
Okay, so conditional approval given all the items we've discussed. Aye. Okay. Number 10. MF Peasant LLC. No one was here to testify on behalf of the application. The applicant was not here, which is not required. So we moved it to the business session. So now we're going to talk about it because we haven't talked about it. So.
Okay.
I'm gonna set a timer of 2 minutes.
This is the sidewalk cafe?
Roadway.
I don't know.
Oh, it's-
No, it's
yeah, this is
Roadway.
the roadway.
Yeah,
That's what I got.
it's a roadway. I'm putting a 2-minute timer. just
So-
Think of the grade super data.
So here you've got you've got 5 tables going across the 17 feet. So is that an issue?
Yeah, it is, but I also, that
It's an issue.
It's not a waiver, right? Is it on 2 sides? It's taking forever to load for me. Is it on 2 sides of the street roadway or is it on a corner?
this is a,
No waiver because
No.
across the street from a fire hydrant.
yeah, this fire hydrant across the street.
Cool.
This is type of thing where kind of to get the 15, it's not straight shot, right, with the emergency line.
Mm.
It's a curve on there. So.
Oh, yeah.
The notes say that they have to relabel the residential entrance and the neighboring business. They should be reversed.
Oh.
Check furnishing boxes in section 3.
Oh, yeah, no, no,
ADA,
yeah,
check
yeah.
P1 parking space above site plan.
Yeah, that's my, I'm gonna go to the last just that one in Florida. This is next door to Lovely Day, which we had talked about before. So this situation here is no parking 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. on the other side of the street. And
we keep going.
yeah, there's no parking on the other side of the street 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. And they're basically using the fire hydrant to create their emergency lane, but that's not a straight shot of a 15-foot emergency lane. So they really should require a waiver on this. This is the type of street where you have all the delivery trucks and everything coming out.
So do we want them to come in at 6.5 feet?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it should.
So,
reduced. And
is there anything else from the notes that we want to make sure that to communicate to the group?
well, I think
I think what's tough from this drawing is to be able to determine that they're not encroaching into the residential entrance, that they're just using their frontage. So labeling that, it looks like.
So we don't, so for roadway, there's nothing in the rules that says you can't block a residential entrance.
I mean, you don't, but it can only be in front of their frontage.
That's true.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Oh, got it, okay,
Sorry.
yeah.
They need
I
to
feel like we haven't looked at a roadway in so long, so I'm a little rusty. Okay.
they need to switch the labels.
Right, yeah.
Okay, so reduce 6.5 feet, switch labels.
I mean, see the labels.
and they don't show anything
I don't-
on their frontage what it is. They just
Right,
show
they don't.
these property lines. They don't show.
What the measurement is.
So you've got the manhole also, which they've got a curve. It's strange.
Yeah.
It's noted on the diagram.
They do have a manhole on
They
there?
have a manhole, and then what they do, where they put the arrow from the manhole, they curve the diagram, so. who
I'm sure they're
knows
not,
what that-
yeah, I'm sure they're not gonna.
I wouldn't prove anything.
Okay, so can we get to a conditional approval on this?
Yeah.
All those in favor, given all we said, aye.
Aye.
Okay, so next, we're gonna go to number 12, right? Hee Cha Inc., DBA Hee Cha at 42 University Place for Roadway Cafe, which we have not heard yet. We moved it to business session because there was no one here to testify on behalf of the application and because the applicant was not here, which is not required.
Well, University Place is generally not a problem for a roadway. No obstructions that I have seen come across on previous applications. So.
Notes just say that the manhole is missing. They account for the manhole in the checkbox, but I think.
That's 3 minutes. But we're on a new application, so it doesn't matter. Okay, so. I just covered that.
Yeah, section 2, they say it's 28 inches from a manhole, but the manhole is not indicated on the diagram.
Okay, so you need to add that to the diagram, okay? Is there anything else from the notes? Does Sal have any notes on this one?
No FDMY waiver, neighboring south, no flooring proposed boilerplate check furnishings box in section 2, add manhole site plan.
Okay, so a conditional approval based on.
Oh, that's his interest, add manhole site plan, either the cafe needs to shrink in length or it must be within the cafe, no flooring, and 1 feet 6 inches away from barriers or tables.
Okay, so we can put that in there. Is there flooring proposed?
No flooring proposed.
No checkbox. Okay.
So
given all of that, a conditional approval, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Thank you. So next we're gonna move on to number 13, Kiko NYC DBA Pico at 307 Spring Street for a sidewalk cafe. We have issues on this one.
Yeah. There was some discussion.
On a raised platform.
Oh, right, that one.
It's on a raised platform that's 11 inches
So
So I'm gonna,
with no railing or any other safety.
so what happens if they submit? Was there another one with the railing, the Dutch?
Yeah. Yeah, that also had a platform.
Okay, so even if we were to get something that says that they're allowed to do that, where it sounds like we're still
The
moving
platform
forward,
is
it's
not
not allowed,
ADA accessible.
not ADA accessible,
No,
okay,
no, so
so,
there's multiple overlay.
yes.
One, it's not at grade. It's not pushing the sidewalk. Number two, no easement with the city for the existing structures provided, or any plans showing that it was allowed to be constructed.
And you'd mentioned that just because you have a plan from DOB, that's not an approval.
Well, you can show something
Okay.
drawn on it, that doesn't mean it's approved.
Right, okay,
Also, it's 11 inches up. And there, it's not, the platform is not ADA accessible, there's no ramp. And that 11-inch rise, there's no way they could meet a reasonable grade for a temporary platform.
Yeah.
The small platforms are meant for a 3-inch or 4-inch. But this is important because they had something, we have to put that in, because they supposedly, they have something from Penny. But he's not looking at this, like if a sidewalk cafe has to be ADA accessible, you cannot access this.
Okay.
Like, meaning you can't even,
so it's not even,
Get
it's
to it.
even beyond the platform, right, okay,
because it's an 11-inch.
yes, okay.
You could, it's
ramp would have to
reasonable
be
with the
so
ramp
long.
to
Okay.
get to something else.
So all those in favor for denial, aye.
Aye.
Okay. White Horse Hospitality LLC, DBA White Horse Tavern, I don't need to read all. So the three things, the north arrow was wrong.
Removal of,
Remove the seating on 11th Street, which we're not telling them to remove, they told us that it's not incorporated.
Right.
Yes. And then 3, the 5 feet from the residential entrance on the south side. And they mentioned that they were going to shore up the outline, I guess they have,
Chalk tape.
they must have some sort of chalk tape that lives out there.
doing chalk and tape.
Okay, so they're gonna remark that, so we can put that in the modification, so.
It's in there.
All those in favor for a conditional approval?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Okay. Next, we're gonna go to White Horse Hospitality LLC for Made in New York Pizza. So is this where they have to come in because they have residential interests on both sides and they're gonna find out what works?
They might have to shore up that basement door.
Okay, right, so that is, so given all of that and a conditional approval for Made in New York Pizza for the Sidewalk Cafe, aye.
Aye.
You know, Valerie, you might just want to make a note that the tree bed, right now, the tree bed doesn't weigh into it because the tree bed is in front of the basement door and they put no seating on that side. If they look at shoring up that basement door to add, to put a seat on that side, since they're probably gonna have to eliminate one on the other side, they're gonna have to double check that measurement from the tree bed. because it's
Okay.
Straight across from that. They may not be.
Oh,
able to
because
do
it's
that.
gonna go, it's not diagonal, it's gonna go, okay. So it has to be the 10 feet because it's Hudson, right? Okay, so. Okay,
See.
yep. You know, it's interesting. Before, all they've had out there was a standing, a bar high, what do you call that table? So I didn't think to ask that. Is that allowed to just have one high top table? I don't know.
Why not?
Okay, yeah, I was asking.
Okay.
Well, because if it's supposed to be ADA compliant, how does that work?
That doesn't work.
Okay. I was just asking. Okay,
Yeah, no,
so
no,
I'll put that in there. So I'll put that in there. Okay, so next is.
That was somebody else that said low tables. Or at least when I wrote up the SLA steps, I looked at what you had and it said low tables for one of these.
What tables?
Low tables. I
Okay.
think it's one of the ones.
Oh, okay,
You're
well,
gonna
then
have the
that's-
high ones that
Yeah.
put in the modifications.
Oh,
to make
okay,
sure
you've
they
already
look
dealt
low
with that.
tables. So.
Okay. Okay, so Umberto's, 132 Mulberry. And it wasn't on path to compliance, if I recall. Did he have issues
me
with
just
this site
open it.
plan?
Yeah, this was one he didn't like either. And it,
Oh,
Yeah,
because
like, yeah,
it
this had
looks-
all the doors and it didn't seem to make sense.
the
And
measurements were different.
wrong. He's supposed to get us a new site plan. It's kind of hard to specifically.
So should we say conditional approval if,
No.
I know.
No,
you
because
don't
this
think
one
the
also
13
was an ADI. It's not
okay,
a-
so-
they're right next to each other,
Okay,
so
so
unless we
let's
see
do-
something.
A denial. Well, that's what I'm saying. Okay. So all those in favor for denial on Umberto's Clam House?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so next. LPH1 LLC DBA Nami Nori. Again, sorry, I went on too long.
That had a bunch of
Oh,
things.
sorry. So, okay, so if she can come back to us with a site plan that shows the 5-foot entrance, that's it. And then she'll deal with the door. She'll say that.
And the service has to be from within there, not accessed by going out to the sidewalk.
Service. And the cafe, we'll just reinforce that, and the 5 feet. And cellar door that they will have, that will get the certification. Okay. If that's what they choose to do. Okay, so all those in favor for a conditional approval for Nami Nori? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, next we have Major Doe Soho Major Doe Soho 463 LLC DBA Sidell's. So we haven't talked about this one, so.
Nothing in the notes.
Setting a 3-minute timer. No, nothing in the notes, okay.
This is.
This is for a sidewalk? Interesting.
Yes. Not a lot of detail on this drawing, but from what we have on the drawing, it seems to comply. Doesn't show the barriers.
It doesn't show barriers?
No.
Okay, so we need to have that added in.
Barrier.
What?
Yeah, I mean,
You don't need
it's-
it?
Well, they put a line there.
Oh.
They have the front door.
Okay.
So they put a straight line going across. I mean, it's hard to tell if it's the barrier or the box.
By the way, they've got something called a Cutler ramp,
I'll look that.
What's that?
and I've never heard of that before.
Right.
And it's
Count on
outside,
you.
outside of the cafe area. So it doesn't, it's hard to figure out what they have that for.
There is like I see some gas valves and a electricity cover or something. Is it on there? Yeah. So,
So it needs to be added or yes?
yeah.
No? Okay.
A few things need to be added.
Okay.
All right, so basically you want to add in the railings, add in chemicals or the utility. Various utility fixtures in the street or sidewalk.
Okay. So if they can do that, we can get to an approval.
I think, I know so I think what the Cutler ramp is to the premises next door. there's a ramp that goes up, there's a platform and a ramp, like an ADA accessible thing, maybe that's what that is. It doesn't, it's not for their.
Okay. All right.
Oh, right, I see, so it comes off. So there's a ADA ramp that runs parallel to the next door building facade, Brian, but it's accessed from in front of Sadel's. So you can't, it was put in before sidewalk cafes were allowed. So you don't have a turn in the ADA ramp, it just begins at the property line.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Something we have to talk about.
Well, it's all pathway on the front door side of this plan, which is on the north. So I guess that works out.
So approval, conditional approval for Major Doe Soho 463L CDBA Sadel's. All those in favor?
All right.
Aye. Okay. Assuming you're in
Yeah, that's okay.
I can't see. So next we're gonna go to Sorelli Inc. DBA Mole Sidewalk. We've not talked about this one, so I think Donna, you and I have
So I
mentioned
I put photos, there's a PDF of photos that I took this afternoon. I didn't, the sun was very bright, I couldn't, so you can see what the place looks like, and then I did some rough measuring. So what they have on Hudson Street is 10 feet, which is what you need there. But then when you get to the fire hydrant that's there on Hudson Street, it's 7 feet. So they, you need to keep that 10-foot clear path, correct?
Right.
So that's a problem. There's no barriers in what they're doing now, but that,
What are they supposed to be away from, what's the clearance from a fire hydrant on a sidewalk cafe? Is there one required?
I'm not sure.
I just don't remember.
That up.
Okay.
But you at least have to keep the same. I'm not sure if there is one actually on the sidewalk. Other than,
Yeah,
it's the roadway that needs the 15 feet.
It's the same as furnishing zone clear path.
Right.
Oh, because it's directly across, there's always the clear path supersedes, right?
So you need that. And then, so that is a note to make that they have to maintain the clear path with the fire hydrant. And then for the seating on Jane Street.
Is it possible?
I think they might be able to have one table.
Okay.
They have to keep, there's a primary building entrance.
Yeah.
To the
west,
right? So that, if you look at my pictures, the sun was so bright I couldn't see. I don't know how to do this. So anyway, it comes into about midway where they have the table set up now, the 5 feet. And then, and they also can't have two tables because they don't have enough room.
So you're saying on this photo that this is the primary building entrance?
Yeah.
Or this is the
No,
primary? That's the restaurant.
That's the service, that's the kitchen entrance.
Okay, so they can have one table here.
So they could have maybe one table there. They can't have the two because they don't have the room. Now, the other question though with this, which is what I think Augustine pointed out, is how are they serving anything there? Because their entrance to the restaurant is down at the corner of Hudson.
Confirm service is happening from.
Yeah, and in any, where is the demarcated zone that they're in?
Where's the
And it will go-
perimeter?
It will go in front of the primary building entrance, so quite frankly, this doesn't seem that realistic.
So are we saying to get rid of?
I think I'd say to get rid of it.
Okay, what do you guys think?
Yeah, I think we should.
Okay. Okay, so remove seating on.
And just as a side note, I will say, as much as they're not compliant, this is a stretch of restaurants on Hudson Street. And I just want to give one person a little bit of credit here because they're all butting up next to each other.
Yeah.
And their seating is pulled in about a foot or two from everybody else's. So they're at least looking like they're making an effort. They're not around a fire hydrant, but I think
All 4 or 5 of those, yeah. it was just-
the rest of them are just, and we've got link systems and everything else that nobody's aware of.
Is there a pathway to compliance with the 10-foot clear path and the fire hydrant? Like, do they have to get?
And then, and there's also street light there too.
Oh, they need to add the street light?
I think if it's not on the drawing, they need to add the street light.
That requires I don't have it memorized.
Actually, they have
Or
the
is
light,
this
but they're not showing, and they see, they have the fire hydrant and they have the light. They're marking it as a clear foot of 10 feet, but it's not right now. So maybe the seating, I did not measure the seating they have now. Maybe the seating they have now extends past the 6.8 feet. I could go and measure that on my way home. If it's still set up, they kind of bring it in.
Yeah.
So that's the problem. Like, they're saying that they have the 10-foot clear path, but what they're doing now does not have that 10-foot clear path. So they need to have it. But what they're doing now is not the table configuration.
So how do they come into compliance? I'm not trying to.
Well, what I would
No,
say.
they need to sign that. We're not here to do that.
They have plenty of space, I think.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
they have space to have seating in there for sure. The seating I'm going by the seating they.
But no matter what. And maybe they need to just do where it's two tops and then this.
I guess what I have to do is
The width
measure.
has to be reduced, no?
I don't know, because I didn't measure, I didn't measure the full sidewalk. And I just went by what was happening. I need to measure the
Wait,
full,
Also, is it regional or is it neighborhood here?
it's 10 feet. What is that? Regional, it's
Well,
8
it's on-
feet.
They mark it as neighborhood.
Oh, because it's two streets, so I bet it's one and the other. So what is it on Jane Street and what is it on Hudson Street? I think it's regional on Hudson, right?
I'm pretty sure. Let me double check.
It's interesting because they never.
Jane is community, and then, yes, and then Hudson is regional.
Hudson still is regional up there, right?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Just this thing before, you can see they had the 3, but to cut out would be able to have.
Right.
Yeah. The old one?
Yeah.
And it didn't have the perimeter.
What's up with, do we see
Yeah.
the,
See, then it was 8 feet.
so why do they have so many more tables in the old program?
Get out my iPhone.
I mean, it's really the issue is the clearance from the hydrant, right?
Yeah.
Right, which they say on their drawing they have. So again, what I'm saying is going by my pictures, right, which is not their drawing.
Okay, so is
So there may
there,
not be anything, yeah,
Strong history here.
there is.
so are we moving towards a conditional approval or a denial?
That's approval.
Okay, conditional, okay, so all those in favor for conditional approval, given all the things we outlined?
Yes.
Aye. Okay. Last one, Sartiano's, D Mercer 1 LLC DBA Sartiano's for a sidewalk cafe. So really what we're voting on.
So on this one, in order for this to be compliant, they have to remove all the tables and chairs
In the sidewalk,
on the
on the
sidewalk,
public sidewalk.
which would result in the licensed area being exclusively to access the seating within the property line, but not accessible from within the building. You write that down? Well, that's what,
In other words, they need to license the sidewalk so that they have a
So they
route to be
get the
able to,
access.
so they have. a
Oh, okay,
concern
so that's
about
what, okay.
they needed to access the tables and chairs within the property line, within the building frontage, which are not accessible from within the building.
So, wait, so you're saying?
You're saying we would approve, the conditional approval if they only use, if they don't place any tables and seats
Right.
on Mercer, that it's only used to service the tables within their property line. Yes.
That's right.
Okay,
I mean.
all those in favor? Yeah, go ahead. I don't want to
The
stop.
way that I also saw it was they could just remove the tables at the end and they would still have access. So,
No, not in the middle.
No, they don't, it's only 1 foot 6 inches and there's a table and chair in it. So you'd have to walk out into the sidewalk
Around.
to get to the tables and chairs.
so if they remove the southern and the northern edges, I think that's the northern. If they remove those tables, they could just access the center 3 tables, right? I mean,
Can you use the highlighting tool to like show what you're at?
I think we're saying the same thing, which is like they have to figure out how to have a service aisle within the boundaries of the sidewalk cafe, but instead of just moving these 4 tables, they could also just kick off these like N1s and then they would still be able to access these 3 middle tables. Or these ones, these 3.
Yeah, I guess it's the. I don't know, I guess it's because they're inside in that building line. I don't think you could reach and serve the tables and.
On Prince?
No, just Mercer. Yeah.
Mercer.
Right, because all is before us is what's on Mercer.
I think we can just.
On the north
Yeah,
side of
figure it
Mercer,
out.
yeah, they have.
Because it's also, this is not actually, this isn't what's there, what's on this plan.
Right.
So there's benches, I think, built in, right, where it says it's a planter. There are benches built in there. It's the.
So what do we, how do, if this is
The address is
conditional approval, what do we need them to do to approve it with modifications?
Have a clear path within the sidewalk cafe. And accessible routes to all tables.
But
But how do they show that
like,
to us?
Arturo, if you go look just at Google Maps.
Yeah.
The street view, you'll see that it's not,
Maybe share your screen?
um.
Okay. So do we,
You can see that it's pretty complicated because they have planters that are out there that are not actually their space. In fact, I suspect that these measurements just don't.
With the edge.
Seating, they have built-in seating already in the
inlets.
Yeah.
In the inlet, so.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
So
So it's just one row then, one row within the private. Yeah, I think your recommendation is the right one.
so no tables, to license it with no seating on Mercer.
Yeah, and use the licensed area to access.
Okay,
Table and chairs within the,
to access the tables and chairs
within the property line.
within the property line that
which
are on
cannot
Prince.
otherwise be reached.
Okay. They basically need to submit a site plan that shows no tables and chairs, just a perimeter on Mercer Street. Yeah,
Right.
okay. All those in favor for conditional approval given these? Aye. Brian?
Aye.
Aye, okay. I'm sorry, just making sure. Okay, that's it. New business. As I mentioned, we have 2 new applications that came in yesterday, on Monday. But they didn't come, I think, until like 9:30, so we didn't really add them to the agenda today. So let's see what comes in the next, I think I said, right, 3 weeks or 3 possible weeks. Let's see what comes in. And then hopefully we don't have to have that second meeting in July. And any other things you want to discuss? Okay, do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Okay,
Second.
Arturo, and, okay, second, and Donna, okay, so thank you, Brian, take care, thanks for joining us, and who do I have left here, Augustine, Darlene, Pete, thank you so much.
Thanks, folks.
All right, I'm gonna end the meeting. Thank you, we are adjourned at